The night has fallen softly upon the earth, and perhaps, like so many others, you find yourself lying awake, your body weary, but your mind still stirring with thoughts that will not rest. Maybe you hear the rain tapping gently against the window, or the distant hum of the city dissolving into silence. The hours stretch long, and though you wish to surrender to sleep, the weight of the day still lingers. You recall conversations that replay themselves like echoes, unfinished tasks that whisper for your attention, and subtle worries that press against the edges of your heart. It is in moments like these, when the night feels both tender and heavy, that the ancient wisdom of the Buddha arrives as a lantern, guiding us not to a destination far away, but inward, toward a quiet sanctuary already within. Before we begin this journey together, let me offer a simple invitation. If this message resonates with you, if you feel comfort in these words, you may gently take a moment to like this video, to subscribe, or to share in the comments below where you are listening from. What time is it for you now? What part of the world are you resting in? I would love to know, but only if you feel called. There is no requirement, no urgency, only an open doorway. Now, allow yourself to soften into this moment. Take one slow, gentle breath in and release it. Feel the shoulders melt a little closer to the bed or cushion beneath you. Notice how the weight of the body begins to settle, how the breath itself is already guiding you towards stillness. You are safe here. There is nothing to solve, nothing to accomplish, and no one you need to be. You are simply here, listening, resting, allowing these words to carry you deeper into peace. Tonight, we begin with the very first thread of the Buddha's teaching, the recognition that life contains a certain friction. Some call it suffering. Some call it discontent. But perhaps a gentler word is unease. It is the subtle sense that something is never quite as we want it to be. We feel it when joy slips too quickly through our hands, when a moment we long to keep dissolves, or when pain arrives, and we instinctively push it away. This friction is not a punishment, not a sign that we are flawed. It is simply part of being human, a natural ripple in the fabric of life. Let us step into a story, a bedtime tale from the old days. Once, at the foot of a green mountain, there lived a young woman whose skill with the loom was unmatched. She wove tapestries of dazzling color, patterns that seemed alive with the light of dawn and the hush of twilight. People came from far and wide to see her creations, and her name became known throughout the land. For a while, this recognition filled her with delight. She believed, "I am the weaver. This is who I am." Yet with each new tapestry, a shadow grew beside her joy. Each creation had to outshine the last. At night she lay awake, her heart pounding, worried that her inspiration might vanish, that her hands might falter, that her name might lose its brilliance. The loom that once sang with joy became a silent cage, her mind a restless storm of expectation, when a royal messenger arrived, asking her to weave a tapestry for the king, one that would capture the entire spirit of the kingdom. Her fear became unbearable. She bought threads of gold and silk, built a loom, larger than any she had used before, but her hands trembled each time she tried to begin. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. The loom stood empty, a monument to her despair. One evening, unable to endure the silence of her workshop, she climbed the mountain path as the sun melted into shades of fire and rose. At the summit, she found a small hermitage where an old nun lived in quiet simplicity. Tears spilled as she told the nun of her torment, of her fear that she could no longer live up to her name. The nun listened silently, her gaze deep and calm, like the still heart of a forest pool. Then she said, "Only, come, let us watch the sunset." Together they sat upon a rock, watching the sky transform into a canvas more magnificent than any tapestry. The colors shifted with every passing moment, no two strokes the same, no pattern repeated. "Do you see?" the nun whispered. "No one expects the sunset to remain still. Its beauty lies in its vanishing. It does not compare itself to the sunset of yesterday. It simply is. And you, dear child, are not the weaver. You are the loom. Life itself is the weaver." The young woman felt the words sink into her heart, like rain into parched earth. She realized she had tried to weave only with threads of gold, denying the darker hues of fear, doubt, and imperfection. Yet a tapestry of only one color is flat and lifeless. She understood, in that instant, that she was not her success, nor her failure, not her joy, nor her fear. She was the space through which all these threads moved, woven by life itself. That night, under a sky full of stars, she walked back down the mountain, lighter than she had climbed. The next morning, she sat before her loom again. This time, she did not strive for perfection. She wove her fear into the fabric, her anxiety into the texture, but also the deep purple of the sunset she had seen, and the silver shimmer of starlight. The tapestry that emerged was unlike anything she had made before, imperfect, yet alive, honest, whole. And in weaving all the colors of her being, she found freedom. Perhaps, as you listen, you recognize some of yourself in her. Perhaps you too have felt the cage of expectation, the pressure to be perfect, the fear of not being enough. We all have. This is the very friction the Buddha spoke of. But when we see it not as an enemy but as a messenger, we begin to soften. We begin to discover that true peace does not come from eliminating the dark threads, but from embracing the whole tapestry. So, as you rest here tonight, I invite you to breathe again. Slowly, tenderly, imagine that you, too, are a loom, spacious and still. Life weaves through you the golden threads of joy, the darker threads of sorrow, the shimmering silver of fleeting dreams. You do not need to choose. You do not need to control. You are simply the space through which all these colors pass, creating the beautiful, living fabric of your being. Allow your body to grow heavier, sinking deeper into the bed beneath you. Feel the warmth of your breath spreading through your chest, like a small candle glowing steadily in the night. Let the muscles of your face soften, your jaw unclench, Your hands grow loose. As the tapestry of this day comes to its close, you do not need to judge its design. You may simply rest, knowing that each thread was part of something greater, something whole. In the quiet of this moment, there is nothing to fear, nothing to prove, and nothing to fix. There is only the gentle rhythm of your breath, the vast sky of awareness holding you, and the invitation to drift softly, slowly, into the peace of sleep. The story of the young weaver leaves us with a truth that is at once tender and profound. Life is not meant to be flawless, and we are not meant to weave only with threads of gold. Tonight, as you rest in your quiet space, let us walk further into the heart of this teaching. The Buddha spoke of dukkha, often translated as suffering, but perhaps you may hear it more gently as friction, a subtle unease that threads itself through our days. This friction is not a punishment from the heavens, nor is it a flaw in who you are. It is simply the nature of a mind that has not yet learned how to rest. Consider for a moment a river. Its waters flow easily, carrying with them silt, fish, leaves, the reflections of clouds. Now, imagine that we try to build a dam across this river, determined to hold the water in place, to stop its natural course. At first, the water gathers behind the wall, but slowly, pressure builds, cracks appear, and the river eventually bursts through. This is what happens when we resist the flow of our lives, clinging tightly to pleasure, pushing away pain, refusing the truth of change. The dam is our resistance, and the pressure is the unease we feel in our bodies and hearts. As you breathe here with me, notice if there are any dams you are holding tonight. Perhaps you are holding tightly to a hope that the day should have unfolded differently. Perhaps you are resisting a feeling of sadness, pretending it is not there. Notice this without judgment, as if you were a gentle observer standing beside your own river. With each breath out, imagine softening the walls, letting the water flow as it wishes, trusting that the river knows its way to the sea. Let us step into another story. Long ago, in a small village, there lived a farmer who loved the seasons. In spring, he sowed rice. In summer, he tended his crops. In autumn, he harvested. And in winter, he rested. But as time went on, his mind began to grow restless. He wished for spring to come faster, for summer rains to be less harsh, for the harvest to be greater. He pushed against the seasons, as though his worry could change the sky. And each day, he grew more tired, more frustrated. One morning, while working in his fields, an old wanderer passed by and watched him sigh heavily as he scattered seed. "Why are you so weary, friend?" the wanderer asked. The farmer replied, "If only the rains would come when I ask. If only the sun would shine as I desire. Then my crops would flourish and my heart would be at peace." The wanderer smiled gently. The rain falls because the clouds are full. The sun shines because it is the nature of the sky. Neither obeys your longing, and yet the rice grows all the same. Your worry is like trying to blow at the wind to change its course. What if, instead, you learned to walk with the wind? The farmer paused, and something inside him softened. From that day on, he worked not with clenched jaw and aching heart, but with an openness to whatever season arrived. And though the harvest did not always meet his hopes, he discovered something far greater, an ease that no weather could take away. So it is with us. We cannot command the seasons of our lives. Joy arrives, and it fades. Sorrow arrives, and it too moves on. Peace is not found in trying to hold or repel, but in loosening our grip, in flowing, like the river, in walking with the wind. As you rest, feel how your breath is already practicing this truth. Each inhalation is like the gathering of clouds, each exhalation like the rain falling gently back to earth. You cannot cling to a single breath, nor can you push it away. It comes, it goes, and in that rhythm you find life itself. Allow yourself to trust this flow. Inhaling, let your chest rise like a quiet tide. Exhaling, let your body release, as though the dam within you is slowly dissolving. Sometimes, the unease of life feels sharp, like a stone in the shoe. You may feel it when someone speaks harshly, when a plan collapses, when sleep refuses to come. The mind insists, this should not be happening. Yet the stone does not disappear simply because we wish it so. The Buddha's wisdom invites us to pause, to sit upon the roadside, and to gently remove the shoe, to look directly at the stone. Only then can we understand it. Only then can the journey continue with less pain. There is a story from Zen of a monk who once carried a heavy bucket of water up a long hill each morning. The bucket leaked, leaving a trail of drops behind him. For years he cursed the hole, believing it was ruining his task. But one spring morning he noticed flowers blooming along the path where the drops had fallen, bright and alive, fed by the water he thought wasted. The hole was not his enemy, it was a hidden gift. And so too, the friction in our hearts may nourish unexpected flowers if we learn to see differently. You may take a moment now to scan your own body. Notice where the friction rests, perhaps in your shoulders, tight as though bearing a heavy load, perhaps in your chest, where breath feels shallow, perhaps in your mind, where thoughts circle like restless birds. As you notice, whisper softly within, this too is part of my path. This too is a thread in the tapestry. There is no need to push it away. Instead, breathe into it, soften around it, and watch how it begins to loosen in its own time. The night is long, and there is no need to hurry. Your body is wise. It knows how to rest. Let each breath be like a gentle hand, smoothing the creases from your forehead, like a stream washing dust from a stone. You are safe to release the weight of the day. You are free to let go of the dams, the clenched fists, the stubborn wishes. Like the farmer who learned to walk with the wind, you too can find peace in the rhythm of things as they are. And as you rest deeper, remember this: the friction in your life is not the enemy. It is the teacher. It is the quiet invitation to stop fighting the river and instead float with it, to stop commanding the sky and instead rest beneath it. In this acceptance, there is no defeat, only freedom. So close your eyes. If you haven't already, let the breath carry you like a small boat upon calm waters. Feel the current moving gently, effortlessly, needing no control from you. The stars above watch silently. The night cradles you like a mother holding her child. There is nothing more required. You may rest. You may drift. You may sleep. The night deepens, and the soft rhythm of your breath continues like a steady drumbeat beneath all things. You are resting now, slowly loosening the knots of the day. Perhaps you feel the bed cradle your body as the earth cradles the mountains. Steady and unwavering. As you rest, let us return once more to the story of the weaver, for her journey holds more wisdom for us. After her meeting with the old nun upon the mountain, the young woman walked home beneath the stars. Each step felt lighter than the last, as though the very sky was carrying her. For the first time in many months, she did not think of patterns or of gold threads. She simply listened to the night, the whisper of wind in the grass, the chorus of crickets, the vast silence stretching between each sound. The nun's words echoed within her. You are not the weaver. You are the loom. Life is the weaver. When morning arrived, she stepped into her workshop once more. The loom, silent for so long, stood waiting, but something inside her had shifted. She did not sit with trembling hands or racing heart. She sat with the quiet strength of a tree rooted deeply in the earth. She chose threads not only of shining silk but of rough hemp, dark wool, and faded cotton. She began to weave. Every thread carried a piece of her, the pale blue of her hopes, the dark grey of her fears, the crimson of her longing, the soft white of her joy. For days she wove without judgment, without demand, simply allowing her heart to speak through the cloth. What emerged was unlike any tapestry she had made before. It did not dazzle with perfection, but it breathed. It was alive with truth. And in weaving the totality of herself, not just the golden parts, she found freedom. Perhaps, as you listen, you feel this story tug gently at your own life. Perhaps you too have tried to weave only with threads of gold, showing the world only your polished face, hiding your tears, disguising your doubts. But the Buddha reminds us, it is not by denying the dark threads that we find peace, but by including them in the whole tapestry. Joy and sorrow, fear and courage, doubt and clarity, they are all part of the design. Without the shadow, the light has no depth. Without the storm, the calm has no sweetness. Take a deep breath now, and imagine yourself as the loom. Feel the spine long and steady, the body grounded, the breath passing through like the shuttle carrying thread back and forth. Life itself is weaving through you, the laughter you shared today, the worries that tugged at your chest, the quiet moments of tenderness, the small irritations, the fleeting joys. All of it is being woven into the great cloth of your being, and you do not need to control it. You are the space, the frame, the openness through which the design appears. There is a Zen story of a monk who once asked his master, "What is the self?" The master pointed to the bamboo grove swaying in the wind. "Do you hear that sound?" he asked. The monk nodded. It is not you who makes the sound, and it is not the bamboo. It is the meeting of wind and wood, and in that meeting, music is born. So it is with the self. It is not something fixed. It is a meeting, a weaving, a dance. So too with you. You are not a fixed identity carved in stone. You are the meeting of countless conditions, the sun that warmed your food, the water that quenched your thirst, the kindness of others, the struggles you have endured, the breaths you have taken. You are a living process, not a static thing. When you understand this, the pressure to be perfect begins to dissolve, and what remains is gentleness. Imagine now that you are sitting quietly before a loom of light. With each breath, threads appear and weave themselves through you. Golden threads of joy, silver threads of rest, darker threads of pain, all moving together into a cloth that shimmers with wholeness. You do not need to arrange them. You do not need to decide their pattern. Life itself is the weaver, and you are simply the space that allows the design to unfold. As you feel this, notice how your body relaxes. The jaw softens, the eyes grow heavy, the shoulders sink more deeply into rest. Each breath is like a thread passing through, weaving you closer and closer to sleep. There is nothing you need to do. There is nothing you need to fix. You are simply resting as the loom, open and steady, while life gently weaves its colors through you. Another tale tells of a musician who became obsessed with playing only perfect notes. Every time his hand slipped, every time the sound wavered, he grew angry and ashamed. His music became rigid, mechanical. One evening he visited a master who played the flute beneath the moonlight. The sound was not flawless, yet it carried the tenderness of the wind, the laughter of a stream, the quiet of the night. Perfection is not the absence of flaws, the master said, but the presence of life. Play with your whole heart, and every note will be enough. Like the musician, like the weaver, like all of us, you do not need to be flawless. Your life is not diminished by its cracks, it is made whole by them. You are not a performance to be judged. You are a song to be lived. So, as you close your eyes, feel the gentle music of your breath. Inhale, a soft rising note. Exhale, a tender falling note. Together they form the lullaby of your life. Simple and complete. Let the body sink into this melody. Let the mind float like a feather on its currents. Trust that life is weaving you exactly as you are meant to be woven. If thoughts come, let them drift by like threads you do not need to grasp. If feelings arise, let them be woven into the tapestry without resistance. You are not the maker of the design. You are the loom, steady and open, through which the beauty of life is revealed. Now, rest deeply. Rest as the loom. Rest as the space. Rest as the sky that holds every color, every cloud, every star. The night is vast, and you are safe within it. The night stretches onward, calm and deep, and your body rests more fully with each passing breath. By now, perhaps you feel a little lighter, as though some of the weight of the day has already dissolved into the quiet around you. In this stillness, Let us wander further along the Buddha's path, for there is another truth waiting for us, one that is both tender and liberating. It is the teaching of impermanence, anicca, the reminder that nothing, no matter how precious or painful, ever stays the same. At first, this truth may sound sorrowful, like a farewell whispered too soon. We grieve when flowers wither, when the seasons turn, when people we love must one day leave us. We clutch at joyful moments, desperate to hold them still, and we fear the coming of change as if it were an enemy. But what if impermanence is not our foe? What if it is the very doorway to peace? Close your eyes a little heavier now. Breathe in deeply, as though inhaling the fragrance of a blooming rose. Breathe out, and feel that fragrance fade into the air. The bloom cannot remain, but the sweetness it gives is enough. So too, each breath is a reminder every arising will pass. And in that passing, there is beauty. Let me share with you a story. In a valley embraced by two great mountains, there lived a master potter named Isara. Her hands were steady as river stones, and her vessels sang with a beauty so refined that travelers would journey for days to hold one in their hands. Each bowl, each vase, seemed almost too perfect to belong to this world. They whispered of order, of symmetry, of eternal balance. But among her apprentices there was one young man, impatient and hungry for perfection. He dreamed of crafting a pot so flawless it would last forever, unmarked by time, unbroken by use. Day after day, he labored with fierce determination, furrowing his brow as he shaped the clay, holding his breath as he fired it in the kiln. And yet, each time, a tiny flaw appeared, a hairline crack, a faint wobble, a bubble in the glaze. Enraged, he shattered his work upon the floor. His studio became a graveyard of broken vessels, the echo of his disappointment ringing louder with each failure. One afternoon, after a long morning of frustration, he wandered into his master's studio. There he found Isara shaping clay upon her wheel, her face soft, her movements fluid, as though she were dancing with the earth itself. She lifted a vase, delicate and graceful, but as she placed it aside, her hand slipped and a crack spread down its side. The apprentice gasped, expecting her to curse or cast it away. Instead, she smiled. From a small box, she drew out a pot of golden lacquer and a fine brush. With gentle care, she filled the crack with shimmering gold, tracing its jagged line until the floor gleamed like sunlight. She placed the vase upon a shelf beside dozens of others, each repaired, each glowing with seams of light. "This," she said softly, "is the art of kintsugi, the way of honoring imperfection. A pot is not ruined when it cracks. It is completed. Its scars are not shameful. They are its story, the marks of fire and time, of hands and accidents, of life itself." The apprentice stood silent, his eyes wide as the truth sank in. All his striving for permanence had been a war against the nature of clay. Clay is of the earth. It is meant to change, to break, to return to dust. To resist this truth was to resist life itself. And so it is with us. We strive for permanence in our bodies, in our relationships, in our successes. We wish to hold on to youth, to freeze a perfect moment, to create something that will never fade. But everything changes. Our skin carries lines. Our hearts carry cracks. Our lives carry scars. And yet, these are not signs of ruin. They are the golden seams that tell our story, that make us unique, that allow our humanity to shine. Take a slow breath now, and imagine the cracks in your own heart, the lines in your own life, traced not with shame, but with gold. Each mistake you have made, each sorrow you have endured, each hardship you have survived, all are seams of light, shining with the quiet dignity of your journey. You are not less for having cracked. You are more. Impermanence is not simply a truth about objects or bodies. It is the rhythm of all things. The sunrise that fills the sky with fire fades into noon, noon into dusk, dusk into midnight. The river that swells with rains one season will run low the next. Even the stars are born, burn bright, and eventually vanish into silence. To cling is to suffer. To release is to rest in harmony with this vast dance. There is a story from the time of the Buddha about a woman named Kisa Gotami. Her only child died suddenly, and, in her grief, she carried his small body through the streets, begging for a medicine to bring him back. People turned away in sorrow, until at last she came to the Buddha. Gently, he told her, "Bring me a mustard seed from a house that has never known death, and I will make a medicine." Hopeful, she knocked on every door. At each house, the people wept with her. But every family had known death. A father lost, a mother gone, a child taken too soon. By evening, her tears had changed. She understood what the Buddha had meant. Not that her child would return, but that death, like life, is universal, woven into the fabric of existence. With that realization, she laid her child to rest and began the journey of peace. Impermanence, when seen with fear, can feel like a thief, but when seen with wisdom, it is a teacher. It whispers, "Do not waste your days clinging or resisting. Savor the blossom while it blooms. Hold gently what is given, and release gently when it passes." As you listen now, imagine your breath as a flower. With each inhalation, it blooms, full and fragrant. With each exhalation, it fades, its petals drifting softly into the air. And yet another bloom follows, and another. Life is this endless cycle of arising and dissolving, appearing and passing. You do not need to clutch at a single flower. You may rest in the garden of them all. Feel your body lying quietly, the rise and fall of your chest like the tides of the sea. Notice how no breath is ever the same. No heartbeat repeats exactly as the last. Change is constant, and it is this very change that allows you to live. If nothing changed, no breath would enter, no breath would leave, and life would cease. Impermanence is not your enemy. It is your very life force. Tonight, let go of the urge to hold on. Release the need for the day to be different. Allow the moments of joy to be what they were. Allow the moments of pain to soften into memory. Trust that all of it belongs. All of it flows. All of it changes. You do not need to resist. You do not need to cling. You need only to breathe, to rest, to let the river carry you into sleep. The night is deeper now, the world hushed and gentle, as if the very air is cradling you toward sleep. The mind may still stir with faint echoes of thought, but listen underneath. There is a quiet rhythm, the steady rise and fall of your breath. Like a tide that never fails, you are already floating on the ocean of impermanence, each moment arriving, dissolving, and giving birth to the next. In the story of the pottery Sara, we saw how cracks could be traced with gold, transforming brokenness into beauty. But impermanence is not only about clay and pottery. It is written into every part of our lives. To see this truth is to soften, to let go of the clenched fist of control. The Buddha once told his disciples, "All conditioned things are impermanent." When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. Let us turn now to another parable, one that lingers in the folds of Buddhist tradition. There was once a wealthy woman, graceful and proud, who adored her garden. She filled it with flowers of every color: roses, lilies, orchids, blossoms rare and precious. Each morning she walked among them, breathing their fragrance, delighting in their bloom. But she feared their fading. Each time a petal browned, each time a flower drooped. Sorrow tugged at her heart. She wept when the season changed, when the blossoms fell. One day she invited a wandering monk to rest in her garden. She showed him her flowers, tears brimming in her eyes. "Look how beautiful they are," she said, "and yet I cannot bear their dying." The monk bent down, picked up a fallen petal, and placed it gently in her palm. "The beauty is not only in the bloom," he whispered. "It is also in the falling. The blossom is precious because it will not last. Its gift is its impermanence." She gazed at the petal resting in her hand. Fragile, soft, already fading. For the first time, she smiled through her tears. She began to see that the garden's beauty was not ruined by its passing, it was created by it. Without the falling, the blooming would mean nothing. So it is with our lives. We love not despite their passing, but because of it. The laughter of a child, the warmth of a friend's hand, the sweetness of a meal, each moment shines brighter when we know it cannot remain. As you rest here, think of your own life as a garden. Each breath, a flower. Each thought, a blossom. Some are vibrant and joyful, others darker, more fragile. None remain forever, and yet together they create a landscape of beauty. Can you allow the petals to fall? Can you let the garden change, season by season, without sorrow, only gratitude? Take a slow, deep breath. Inhale, as though you are gathering blossoms into your arms. Exhale, as though you are letting them drift gently back to the earth. With each exhalation, you are releasing what no longer needs to be held. With each inhalation, you are welcoming the new moment, fresh and alive. The truth of impermanence is sometimes difficult to accept when sorrow is raw. There is another story from the time of the Buddha that speaks to this. A mother, broken by the death of her young child, came to the Buddha in desperation. He asked her to find a mustard seed from a household untouched by loss. She went from door to door, only to discover that every family had tasted grief. Parents gone, children lost, loved ones buried. She returned to the Buddha, her sorrow transformed by the recognition that she was not alone. Impermanence touches everyone. Knowing this does not remove the pain, but it makes the heart softer, more open, more connected. Perhaps tonight, as you lie here, you feel the sting of something that has changed. A friendship lost, a season ended, a dream that did not unfold as you hoped. If so, breathe softly with me now. Feel the sadness not as an enemy, but as a teacher, a reminder that life's beauty is fragile. You are not broken for feeling sorrow. You are alive. And your tears are part of the golden seams that make your story radiant. Impermanence is not only about endings. It is also about beginnings. Every moment that passes gives birth to another. Every breath released makes room for the next. Every door closed opens another path. When you see impermanence clearly, you begin to hold both sorrow and joy more lightly, with a heart that can love without clutching. The poet Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your heart. Even if a cold winter is blowing through, who knows what spring may bring?" These words echo the wisdom of impermanence. Nothing lasts, not grief, not joy, not the storm, not the calm. And in that truth lies hope. Take another deep breath now. Imagine your body as a field under the sky. The clouds of thought drift across, sometimes dark, sometimes light. The wind of change blows gently, shifting the air. The seasons pass across your skin: warmth, coolness, the quiet of night. You need not hold any of it. You are the field, vast and open, allowing it all to pass through. As you lie here, you may notice the body itself teaching impermanence. The breath rises, falls, muscles tense, then soften. The heart beats, then rests between beats. Even in sleep, impermanence continues. The mind dreams. The dreams dissolve. Nothing stays. And that is why rest is possible. If the mind were fixed, if the body were frozen, you could never relax. It is because everything shifts that you can sink into sleep. Tonight, let impermanence be your comfort. Trust that your worries too will pass. Like clouds, melting into blue sky. Trust that your pain will soften. Your joy will return. Your breath will continue its endless rhythm. Nothing you feel now will last forever. And that is not tragedy. It is mercy. Soften now. Release the clinging. Let the petals fall where they may. Feel the bed hold you, the air wrap you, the night enfold you like a gentle cloak. All is changing, and you are safe within this change. The Buddha once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future, but see deeply into the present moment." This moment, right now, is alive. And as it fades, another arises, like blossoms in the garden, like waves upon the sea, like breaths in your chest. Rest in this rhythm. Let impermanence cradle you into sleep. Each exhalation, a soft letting go. Each inhalation, a new beginning. You are safe. You are whole. You are already free. The night holds you tenderly now, like a mother with her child, and your breath continues to rock you in its quiet rhythm. You may feel the body grow heavier with each exhale, as though the earth itself is welcoming you deeper into its embrace. We have walked together through the truth of impermanence, seeing how every bloom must fade, how every petal must fall. Now, let us journey into a teaching that is perhaps even more mysterious and liberating, the teaching of non-self, or anatta. At first, this truth can seem strange, even unsettling. We live our lives with a strong sense of I, of me, at the center of every thought, every story. We say, I am tired. I am afraid. I am not enough. This I feels so real, so solid, like the pillar that holds up the roof of our lives. But the Buddha invites us to look closer, to ask, is this I truly there? Or is it like a shadow that vanishes when you turn toward the light? There is an old story told of a young monk troubled by his own mind. Each day, as he sat to meditate, thoughts rose like a flood. My practice is weak. My heart is unworthy. I will never be enlightened. These judgments became a heavy cloak that he carried everywhere. One morning, his teacher placed a small chariot before him, a model carved with great detail. Tell me, what is this? The teacher asked. It is a chariot, Master, the monk replied. The teacher smiled and began to take it apart. He removed the wheels. Is this wheel the chariot? No, Master. He set aside the axle. Is this the chariot? No, Master. He placed the frame, the seat, the reins, each in a separate pile. At last, all the pieces lay scattered upon the ground. Now, the teacher asked, where is the chariot? The monk gazed at the pieces, confusion dawning into clarity. The chariot, he said slowly, is not in any one part. It is a name we give when the pieces come together. It is not a single thing at all. It is a process, a collection. The teacher nodded gently. So it is with the self. You believe in a solid I, a failing monk who is unworthy. But look closely. Are you your body? The body changes with every breath, every year. Are you your feelings? They come and go like weather. Are you your thoughts? They rise and dissolve like clouds. What, then, is this I you cling to? In that moment, the monk felt the weight of his judgment soften. He realized that the I he had condemned was never as solid as he thought. It was not a stone prison. It was only a collection of passing parts, like a chariot assembled and then disassembled. He was free to see himself not as a flawed identity, but as a flowing process of life. As you listen, let this story unfold within you. Perhaps you too have carried the heavy cloak of self-judgment. I am not good enough. I am too broken. I am too small. These thoughts press against the heart, whispering as if they are truth. But pause now and ask gently, who is this I? Where can I find it? Close your eyes a little heavier. Scan your body. Feel your shoulders, your chest, your hands. Are these truly you? They change. They age. They rest. They are borrowed from earth, air, and water. Notice your thoughts like bubbles rising and popping. Are they truly you? Notice your feelings: warmth, sadness, calm, longing. They too are waves that rise and fade. Can you find a solid self in any of these? Or is the I only a label we give to the collection, like calling wood and wheels a chariot? This recognition is not bleak. It is freedom. If you are not a fixed self, then you are not trapped. You are not condemned by your past mistakes. You are not defined by tonight's worries. You are like a river, ever flowing, never the same, in two moments. You are like the moon, waxing and waning, yet always luminous. You are not a stone that must remain what it once was. You are a dance of conditions, always changing, always new. Take a deep breath now. Imagine yourself as the sky, vast and open. In this sky, clouds appear: thoughts, feelings, identities. One cloud says, I am anxious. Another says, I am tired. Another whispers, I am unworthy. But the sky does not cling to the clouds. It allows them to drift, to change shape, to vanish. And all the while, the sky remains untouched, spacious, infinite. You are not the clouds. You are the sky. There is a poem from the Taoist sage Lao Tzu that whispers, when I let go of who I am, I become what I might be. These words echo the Buddha's teaching: when you loosen your grip on a fixed self, when you stop insisting that you must always be this, or that you discover a freedom larger than identity, you become fluid, open, alive to the mystery of each moment. As you drift deeper into rest, imagine yourself as a river. The banks are your body. The water is your being. Leaves fall in. Stones shift beneath. Ripples spread across the surface. But the river is never one thing. It is always changing, always moving, always alive. You are this river. No single drop defines you. No single bend confines you. You are the flowing. You are the movement. You are the endless dance of life. Now feel your breath once more. Inhale, and notice the arising of the self, the sense of I am breathing. Exhale, and watch it dissolve. Inhale, I am here. Exhale, I let go. In this rhythm, you may glimpse the truth. There is no fixed I. There is only awareness, vast and quiet, watching the tides of being. Let this truth cradle you now, not as a concept to be grasped, but as a gentle release. You do not have to hold on to an identity tonight. You do not have to prove or defend or become anything. You may simply rest as the open sky, as the flowing river, as the spacious loom through which life weaves its threads. Soften the face, soften the chest, soften the hands. Let the I dissolve with each breath out, leaving only stillness, only peace. You are not broken. You are not flawed. You are not a stone prison. You are the open space where the chariot comes together and falls apart. The sky where clouds drift. The river that flows endlessly. Rest in this freedom. Rest in this vastness. Rest in this gentle night. The night deepens still, and you may feel your eyelids growing heavier, the body sinking deeper into the mattress or cushion that supports you. With every breath, the edges of thought blur a little more. Like ink spreading gently into water, you are safe, and you are slowly surrendering to the quiet currents of rest. In our last reflection, we explored the truth of non-self, seeing that what we call I is not a solid entity, but a gathering of many changing parts like a chariot assembled from wheels, axles, and frame. Tonight, let us move deeper into this wisdom and see how it touches the tender corners of our everyday lives. We so often hold tightly to an identity. We say, I am strong. And when weakness comes, we suffer. We say, I am the successful one. And when circumstances shift, we despair. We say, I am the caretaker. And when we cannot fulfill this role, we feel lost. Each label seems to give us stability, but in truth, it binds us. The Buddha teaches that the self we defend so fiercely is like a reflection on water, shimmering, convincing, but never graspable. There is a simple parable told in the villages of old. A farmer carried a heavy jar of honey to market each morning. One day, as he walked along the river, he tripped on a stone and the jar slipped, shattering on the ground. Golden honey spread into the dirt, and the farmer cried, "My jar is ruined. My livelihood is gone. I am nothing without my jar." A monk passing by paused and said, "Friend, your jar is broken, but the bees will make more honey. The earth will nourish more flowers. You are not the jar. You are the one who walks, who breathes, who can begin again." The farmer wiped his tears, and slowly he understood. His identity was not the jar, not even the honey. It was larger, softer, ungraspable, and so he carried on, lighter than before. Perhaps you too have felt this moments when something you believed defined you has broken, leaving you adrift. The job that once gave you meaning, the role that once anchored you, the relationship that once held your heart. In such moments, the teaching of non-self whispers, you are not only that role, that story, that jar. You are the river of life itself, flowing and renewing, larger than any single form you take. Take a deep breath now. Inhale, and imagine you are breathing in the light of the moon. Exhale, and let it wash through you, dissolving the rigid lines of identity. For this night, you need not be a title, a role, a reputation. You need not be the achiever, the caretaker, the strong one, or the broken one. You may simply be breathing, resting, alive. The Zen masters sometimes say, the true self is no self. These words are not meant to confuse, but to free us. When we stop clinging to the idea of who we think we are, we open to the vast reality of what we truly are: a process, a flow, a moment to moment. Miracle. Consider the clouds drifting across the sky. Some are light and wispy, some dark and heavy with rain. They take many shapes: animals, mountains, castles. But none of these forms remain. Yet the sky never protests. It allows each cloud to appear and dissolve. If the cloud insists, "I am a dragon," the sky smiles, knowing that soon it will shift again. You too are like this sky, vast and unmoving, holding the ever-changing shapes of thought and feeling. As you lie here, perhaps memories drift across your mind, images of the day, echoes of old conversations. Notice them as clouds. One says, "I am tired." Another says, "I am not enough." Another says, "I must do better tomorrow." Let them drift. You do not need to cling. You are not the clouds. You are the open sky in which they come and go. There is a story of a man who carried a mirror with him wherever he went. He would look into it constantly, saying, "This is me. This face is who I am." One day, the mirror slipped from his hands and shattered into countless shards. In anguish, he tried to gather them, but each fragment reflected a different image: an eye here, a hand there, a sliver of a smile. "Who am I now?" he cried. An old woman passing by laughed gently. "You were never the mirror," she said. "You are the one who looked. You are the awareness that sees, not the reflection itself." So it is with us. We mistake the mirror of identity for our true being. But when it shatters, we are not destroyed. We are the seeing itself, the awareness behind all reflections. Let this awareness hold you now. Feel how the breath rises and falls without effort. Notice the softness in your hands, the gentle heaviness in your legs, the calm spreading across your chest. You are not the fleeting stories of today. You are the quiet witness, the spacious awareness, the sky behind the clouds. In this recognition lies great compassion. When we stop clinging to a fixed self, we also stop freezing others into fixed roles. We no longer say, "She is always like this," or "He will never change." We begin to see that, just like us, others are also rivers flowing, clouds shifting, processes unfolding. And in seeing this, our hearts soften. Tonight, as you rest, perhaps you can bring to mind someone who has caused you pain. Instead of holding them in the rigid frame of enemy or difficult person, see them as a process too, shaped by countless conditions. Their anger may be a storm cloud born of old wounds. Their harsh words may be threads woven from fear. If they are not fixed, then they too can change. This understanding plants the seed of compassion, even in places where bitterness once grew. Now take another long, gentle breath. Inhale, feeling your body expand like the sky. Exhale, letting the stories of I and me dissolve into the night. With every breath, The walls of identity soften until there is only openness, only stillness, only rest. The Buddha once said, "Just as a flame is not the same from moment to moment, yet it continues, so too with the self. You are not the same as yesterday, nor will you be tomorrow. And yet, you are here, alive, in this breath, radiant in this moment. Let go now. Release the grip of who you think you must be. Allow yourself to drift as a cloud, to flow as a river, to shine as a moonbeam across the dark. You are not a fixed self. You are the dance of life, vast and tender. Rest in this freedom. Rest in this peace. Rest as the sky itself. The night has grown so still now that even the smallest sounds seem to echo the whisper of your own breath. The hush of fabric against your skin, the distant murmur of silence itself. Your body grows heavier with each exhale, as though gravity is gently holding you closer and closer to the earth. In this quiet, let us step into another teaching, one that reveals the profound interconnectedness of all things. The Buddha called it pratitya samutpada, dependent origination. We might call it interbeing, the truth that nothing exists on its own, that every moment, every object, every breath is the child of countless conditions. There is a story told of a solitary monk who sought the deepest peace. He retreated to a cave high in the mountains, wishing to escape the noise of the world. Each morning, a villager left a small bowl of rice at the cave's mouth, and this was his only nourishment. One day, as he prepared to eat, he remembered his teacher's words, "Look deeply into any one thing, and you will see the whole universe." Curious, he lifted a single grain of rice between his fingers. At first, it seemed small, insignificant, but as his gaze softened, he began to see more. He saw the farmer who had planted the seed, his back bent beneath the sun, his hands rough from the soil. He saw the rains that had traveled across oceans, gathered in clouds, and fallen upon the field. He saw the sunlight millions of miles away, streaming down to warm the stalk and ripen the grain. He saw the earth itself, rich with minerals, holding and nourishing the seed. He saw the miller, the potter who had shaped the bowl, the villager who had carried it with quiet kindness. In that single grain, the monk saw the sky, the earth, the waters, the labor of countless beings, the turning of the seasons, the entire cosmos. He realized that he was not alone in his cave. Even here, in solitude, he was deeply connected to everything and everyone. His body, his breath, his very life was the gift of the whole universe. He bowed to the bowl of rice, not as a monk eating a meal, but as a child of the world, receiving nourishment from his family of all beings. His loneliness dissolved, replaced by gratitude as vast as the sky. This is the teaching of interbeing. Nothing stands alone. The tree depends on the soil, the rain, the sunlight, the seed. Your body depends on food, air, water, warmth, kindness. Even your thoughts and feelings are woven from conditions, your culture, your memories, the words of others, the stories you carry. The Buddha said, When this is, that is. When this ceases, that ceases. Everything arises together. Everything passes together. As you breathe now, feel how even this breath is not yours alone. The air you draw in has been breathed by trees, exhaled by oceans, shaped by winds that circle the globe. The out-breath you release becomes nourishment for leaves and forests, a gift back to the earth. You are not a solitary self inhaling and exhaling. You are part of a vast exchange, a dance between body and world, between self and other, between life and life. Take another slow, steady breath. Inhale, and imagine the sunlight entering your chest. Exhale, and imagine offering it back as warmth to the world. Inhale, the gift of the earth. Exhale, the gift of your presence. Feel how the boundaries between you and the universe grow softer, as if you are both giving and receiving in every moment. There is another story, simpler but no less profound. A child once asked her grandmother, "Where does bread come from?" The grandmother smiled and said, "From the baker." But the child was not satisfied. "And where does the baker get it? From the flour," said the grandmother. "And where does the flour come from?" "From the miller, from the wheat, from the field, from the rain, from the sun." At last, the child laughed with delight. "Then when I eat bread, I am eating the sun and the rain and the earth and the work of so many hands." The grandmother nodded, her eyes shining. "Yes, little one, and when the sun sets and the rain falls, they are feeding you too. You are never separate." As you listen, perhaps you can sense this truth in your own life. Think of the food you ate today. Within it were the hands of farmers, the patience of the soil, the journeys of rivers, the blaze of sunlight. Think of the bed that holds you now, the tree that became wood, the cotton that became thread, the designers and workers who shaped it. Even the quiet in this moment is the gift of countless conditions, the turning of the earth, the passing of time, the hush of the night. You are not an island, floating alone. You are a wave in the great ocean of being, inseparable from the water that surrounds you. You are not a solitary flame, but a spark in a vast constellation of fire. You are not a single note, but part of the symphony of existence. Close your eyes more deeply now. Imagine you are lying beneath a great tree. Its roots drink from the soil. Its branches reach for the stars. The tree is not separate from the rain that nourishes it, nor from the earth that holds it. And you are not separate from the tree, for your breath feeds its leaves, and its breath feeds your lungs. You and the tree are one, breathing each other, being each other. Rest in this oneness. When you see this truth, loneliness softens. You realize that even in solitude, you are surrounded by life. The rain is your companion, the wind, your friend, the stars, your ancestors. You are never truly alone. The Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh once said, "A cloud never dies. It only becomes rain, and then tea, and then your breath." This is interbeing. The tea in your cup is a cloud you once saw drifting across the sky. The water in your body was once the blood of rivers. once the mist of oceans, once the breath of ancient forests. You are not separate from the world. You are the world. As you rest here tonight, let gratitude bloom in your heart. Gratitude for the breath, for the bed, for the unseen hands and forces that brought you to this moment. Let your body sink fully into this gratitude, heavy and safe. With each exhale, whisper silently, I am held, I am connected, I am home. The night continues its quiet journey, wrapping you in stillness as if the universe itself were holding you close. With every breath, you are drawn deeper into calm. Each exhalation, releasing the weight of the day. Each inhalation filling you with the freshness of this very moment. Now that we have seen the grain of rice carry within it the whole cosmos, let us walk further into the teaching of interbeing, not through distant mountains or ancient caves, but through something as simple and intimate as a cup of tea. Imagine yourself sitting at a small wooden table in the soft glow of morning light. Before you rests a steaming cup of tea. The surface trembles slightly, reflecting the golden light of the sun. You lift the cup to your lips, and for a moment, the whole world seems to pause. The fragrance rises gently, earthy and floral, carrying with it the story of faraway fields. You take a slow sip, and warmth spreads through your chest like sunlight breaking into a cool room. If you look deeply into that single sip of tea, what do you see? The tea leaves whisper of soil, rich with minerals, of farmers who bent beneath the sun, of rains that fell across the mountains. The water carries the memory of clouds drifting across the sky, the rivers winding through valleys, the streams singing through rocks. The heat comes from fire, fire from wood, wood from trees, and trees from seeds and sunlight. Even the cup in your hands is a gift of earth and fire, shaped by potters, carried by countless hands. In that one sip, the entire universe is present, sun and rain, earth and sky, work and love, time and space. This is the truth of interbeing. Nothing exists by itself. Every moment is a meeting of countless conditions. Every object, a tapestry woven from the whole of existence. You are not merely drinking tea, you are drinking the clouds, the rain, the sunlight, the earth. And in that moment, you are also drinking yourself. For without you to taste it, the tea could not be complete. Take a deep breath now, as if you were sipping tea. Inhale gently, to feel the coolness of the breath, as though it were the fragrance of leaves steeping in water. Exhale softly, letting warmth spread through your chest. With each breath, imagine yourself savoring the gift of the world, tasting the presence of sun, earth, and sky. There is a Zen saying, when drinking tea, just drink tea. These simple words point us toward a profound truth. So often, we rush through life without tasting it. We drink our tea while reading the news, eat our meals while scrolling through thoughts of tomorrow, walk through gardens while thinking of yesterday. The tea is there, but we are not. Yet, when we bring our whole attention to the moment, to the sip, the taste, the warmth, we discover that the ordinary is miraculous. There is a story of a young novice monk who who rushed through his chores each morning. He swept the floor while dreaming of meditation. He ate while thinking of sweeping. He meditated while wishing for rest. One day, his teacher handed him a cup of tea and said, "Drink this with your whole heart. Do not think of sweeping. Do not think of meditating. Do not think of resting. Just drink." The novice took a slow sip, and for the first time, he noticed the richness of the flavor, the warmth on his tongue, the way the tea filled his belly with calm. Tears filled his eyes. "I have been missing my whole life," he whispered, "but now I see." Perhaps you too have missed moments, rushing past them in search of something more. Tonight, as you rest, you need not chase, you need not strive. You may simply sip this moment as it is, warm and complete. Even here, lying in bed, you can drink deeply from the cup of presence, the softness of the pillow, the hush of the night, the rise and fall of your breath. All of it is tea, waiting to be tasted. Take another long, slow breath. Inhale it, as though lifting a cup to your lips. Exhale, as though swallowing the warmth into your chest. With each breath, you are drinking the universe. With each breath, you are being nourished by the whole. When you see this way, gratitude blossoms naturally. You realize that you are never alone, never empty. Every bite of food, every sip of water, every breath of air is the universe offering itself to you. And every smile, every kind word, every gentle touch is another thread in the tapestry of interbeing. There is an image from the poet Rumi. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. When you sip tea, you are not separate from the tea. You are the tea tasting itself. You are the sun savoring its own warmth, the rain drinking its own sweetness, the earth embracing its own gift. So as you drift deeper into rest, allow yourself to feel this vast belonging. You are not an isolated self, struggling alone in the dark. You are a wave in the sea, a note in the symphony, a thread in the infinite fabric of life. Every part of you is sustained by the whole, and every part of the whole is touched by you. The Buddha once said, "If we could see the miracle of a single flower clearly, our whole life would change." Tonight, you have seen the miracle of a grain of rice, of a sip of tea. These are not small things. They are gateways. To look deeply is to awaken to the sacredness of all things, to the boundless intimacy of existence. Now, let the breath carry you, like tea pouring gently from cup to cup. Let the warmth spread through your body, loosening muscles, softening thought. Let the night become your tea, and you, its honored guest. Sip the silence, sip the stillness, sip the peace. Each breath is enough. Each moment is whole. Sometimes, the day itself feels like a pendulum, swinging too far to one side and then back again. There are moments of striving, when we push ourselves relentlessly, and moments of collapse, when exhaustion pulls us down. Rarely do we rest in balance, in that quiet place between extremes. The Buddha knew this well, for his own life was a journey through both excess and deprivation, until he discovered the gentle wisdom of the middle way. Before he became the awakened one, the Buddha was born a prince. His childhood was filled with comfort, silk cushions, sweet fruits, music, and laughter echoing in grand halls. The world outside the world of sickness, aging, and death was hidden from him, as if the palace walls could protect him from life itself. For a time, he lived as though joy could be preserved, as though pleasure alone would bring peace. But when he finally stepped beyond those walls and saw suffering with his own eyes, an old man stooped with age, a sick man writhing with pain, a lifeless body carried to the fire, his heart cracked open. The silks and fruits could not shield him from these truths. Pleasure alone could not hold back the tides of impermanence. And so he left his palace, exchanging his jeweled crown for the simple robe of a seeker. Yet in his zeal for awakening, he swung to the other extreme. He starved his body, living on a single grain of rice each day. He wandered barefoot under the scorching sun, his ribs pressed against his skin. His strength nearly vanished. He believed that by denying every comfort, he could conquer desire and win enlightenment. But his body weakened, his mind grew clouded, and the peace he sought slipped further away. One evening, faint and trembling, he sat beneath a tree by the river. A musician passed by, tuning a stringed instrument. The Buddha overheard him say to his student, "If the string is too tight, it will snap. If it is too loose, it will not play. Only when the string is tuned just right will it sing." The words struck him like a bell in the heart. He realized he had lived both extremes, too tight in his denial, too loose in his indulgence. Neither brought harmony. What was needed was balance, the middle way. That night, he accepted a bowl of rice from a kind villager, nourishing his body, not with shame, but with gratitude. Soon after, he sat beneath the Bodhi tree, neither clinging to pleasure nor rejecting the body, but resting in the steady rhythm of balance. There, he awakened. This story whispers to us across the centuries. How often do we, too, swing between extremes? We work until exhaustion, then collapse into idleness. We cling to pleasure until it leaves us empty. Then we punish ourselves for longing. We tighten our inner strings with judgment, then let them sag with despair. And yet, the path to peace is not in either extreme. It is in balance, in the middle tune that allows life to sing. As you lie here, feel your own breath as a string being tuned. Inhale and sense the gentle tightening. Exhale and sense the soft release. Not too tight, not too loose, just enough to create harmony. Each breath is the middle way in motion, a balance between taking in and letting go. There is a tale of a young student who approached his teacher with frustration. "I have tried everything," he said. "I meditate for hours until my legs ache. Then I give up and distract myself with idle pleasures. Nothing brings me peace." The teacher smiled and poured 2 cups of tea. One he filled to the brim until it spilled over, burning the student's hand. The other he left nearly empty, offering only a sip. Then he poured a 3rd cup, filling it just enough. "Drink," he said. The student sipped, and the warmth spread through him. Neither overwhelming nor unsatisfying. Do you see too much burns? Too little leaves you thirsty. Enough, just enough is the middle way. Balance does not mean mediocrity, nor does it mean lukewarm living. It means walking with awareness, knowing when to rest, when to act, when to savor, when to release. It means living with attunement, like a musician finding the perfect note, like a bird adjusting its wings to glide on the wind. Take a slow, steady breath now. Inhale, not grasping. Exhale, not forcing. Allow the body to settle into balance, the heart to soften into ease. If you notice your mind clinging to thoughts of the day, plans unfinished, worries unresolved, do not tighten the string with effort. Let them drift. And if you notice your mind sagging into dullness, half asleep, yet restless, do not let the string go slack. Instead, rest in the middle, awake, yet calm, present yet unburdened. Perhaps you can recall times when life felt balanced, sitting quietly with a friend, neither speaking too much nor too little, walking in nature, not rushing, not lagging, eating a meal with full attention, not in excess, not in lack. These moments shine because they are tuned just right. They are glimpses of the middle way. The Buddha's path is not about extreme striving, nor about indulgence in every desire. It is about walking steadily, gently, with awareness. It is about drinking the tea without spilling it or leaving the cup empty. It is about breathing in and breathing out, letting each sustain the other. As you settle into the quiet of this night, let yourself rest in balance, not striving to fall asleep, not resisting wakefulness, simply lying here, breathing, allowing rest to come naturally. Your body knows how to sleep, just as a tree knows how to grow, just as the tide knows how to return. You need not force it. You need only trust the balance. Let your breath become your teacher. Inhale softly. Exhale fully. Notice how life balances itself through you day into night. Tension into release. Thought into silence. You are not too tight. You are not too loose. You are tuned to harmony. Balance is not only the path of great teachers or ancient seekers, it is the quiet wisdom woven into the rhythm of ordinary days. When we walk too far toward one extreme, we feel the strain. When we collapse into the other, we feel the emptiness. But when we rest in the center, neither clinging nor rejecting, we begin to taste harmony. This is the essence of the middle way, not distant or abstract, but alive in every breath, in every choice. Consider the way we live in modern times. Many of us work endlessly, chasing deadlines and goals, believing that only through relentless effort will we find worth. The hours stretch late, the body aches, the mind spins, and then, in exhaustion, we swing to the opposite pole, numbing ourselves with distraction, slipping into endless scrolling, empty entertainment, or restless sleep that brings no renewal. Neither brings true peace. One burns us out, The other leaves us hollow. But between the two lies a third path, the way of balance, where work and rest hold hands like two halves of a whole. Take a moment now to breathe gently. Inhale as though gathering energy. Exhale as though releasing effort. Feel how the two sustain one another. Too much inhalation, and the lungs ache. Too much exhalation, and the body gasps. But when they flow together, a steady rhythm emerges, nourishing without strain. This is balance made simple, balance alive, in the very breath you are breathing. There is a story of a young woman who longed to live a spiritual life. She decided she would meditate for 20 hours a day, eat almost nothing, and speak to no one. At first, she felt proud, convinced she was walking a noble path. But soon her body grew weak, her mind filled with confusion, and her heart hardened with judgment toward others who did not live as strictly. One evening, she met an old gardener tending his flowers. He worked quietly, planting seeds, pulling weeds, watering with patience. She asked him, "Do you not wish to renounce the world and live a life of pure meditation?" The gardener smiled and said, "Each morning I bow to the sun as I water these plants. Each evening I bow to the moon as I rest. My life is meditation. My balance is my path." The young woman realized then that true spirituality is not found in extremes, but in harmony, caring for body and mind, tending to both silence and community, living with awareness in all things. As you listen, perhaps you recognize the ways in which your own life swings between poles. You may push yourself with endless lists, then collapse into fatigue. You may cling to pleasure, then feel the dull ache of emptiness after it fades. This is the human way, but the Buddha's gift is the reminder that we can always return to center. The middle way is not perfection. It is the gentle act of tuning, moment by moment, breath by breath. Take another slow breath now. Imagine you are holding a lantern in the dark. If you clutch it too tightly, the flame sputters. If you let it slip from your grasp, the light vanishes. But when you hold it with just enough steadiness, it glows, guiding your steps. Balance is like this lantern. It does not need force. It needs only care, attentiveness, and ease. There is another parable, told of two travelers crossing a desert. One carried a bag too heavy, filled with unnecessary things. He stumbled, weary, barely moving. The other carried almost nothing, leaving himself thirsty and hungry, too weak to continue. A third traveler walked, with just enough water, bread, and shade when needed. He reached the far side with steady steps, neither burdened nor starved. So it is with us. When we carry too much, our hearts stumble under the weight. When we deny ourselves what we truly need, we collapse with hunger. But when we carry what is enough food, rest, kindness, awareness, we walk steadily, calmly, joyfully. This is the middle way. As you lie here tonight, perhaps you can sense how your own body is teaching you balance. Notice how it adjusts without your command, heartbeats quickening, then slowing, muscles tensing, then releasing, breath rising, then falling. Your body has always known this rhythm. Trust it now. Trust the natural intelligence within you that seeks harmony. Sometimes, balance is not a grand philosophy, but a simple choice. To pause before speaking words of anger, to step outside for a moment of air when stress tightens the chest, to put aside the glowing screen and feel the quiet of the room, to rest when tired, to move when restless, to smile when joy arises, to weep when sorrow visits. Not too much, not too little, just enough. The poet once said, "Walk as if you are kissing the earth with your feet." This is balance, not stomping with force, not tiptoeing with fear, but walking gently, lovingly, in rhythm, with the ground that carries you. Take another slow breath. Inhale, peace. Exhale, tension. Imagine yourself walking down a forest path at twilight. The trees rise tall around you, neither too close nor too far apart, forming a gentle corridor of balance. The light is not too harsh, not too dim, just enough to see the way. Your steps are not hurried, not dragging, just steady, soft, attuned. This is the middle way made visible, and you are walking it now, even as you rest. Perhaps you may think, but I have failed so often. I have been too extreme, too unbalanced, too lost. And yet, even in this recognition, the middle way is present. For to notice imbalance is already to return to awareness, to take one step back towards center. Balance is not a destination you arrive at once and forever. It is a living practice, renewed with every breath, every choice, every moment. So, as you prepare to drift into sleep, let go of the extremes. You need not achieve anything tonight. You need not punish yourself with restless striving, nor abandon yourself to despair. Rest instead in the center, in the steady rhythm of breath, in the soft glow of awareness. You are already walking the middle way, simply by lying here, breathing gently, being alive in this moment. Let the body sink deeper into the bed, balanced between effort and release. Let the breath flow, balanced between in and out. Let the mind settle, balanced between thought and silence. In this balance, there is peace. In this peace, there is rest. In this rest, there is freedom. There are nights when the heart feels heavy, not because of the noise outside, but because of the quiet whispers within. Memories return, uninvited. Regrets stir like restless birds, and the mind repeats old judgments. I should have done better. I am not enough. I am unworthy. These thoughts can be heavier than any burden we carry on our shoulders. Yet within the teachings of the Buddha lies a gentle balm for such nights, a practice called metta, or loving kindness. Metta is the simple, profound act of sending goodwill, warmth, and compassion first to ourselves, then to others, then to the entire world. It is not about forcing cheerfulness or pretending we do not suffer. It is about embracing ourselves tenderly, just as we are, and extending that same embrace outward, like a candle flame. Loving kindness can light countless others without ever diminishing its own glow. Let me share with you a story. In a quiet monastery, there lived a young monk named Sura. He was diligent, rising before dawn to sweep the temple courtyard, sitting long hours in meditation, memorizing the sacred chants. Outwardly, he appeared devoted and disciplined, but inside, his heart was restless. Each time his mind wandered during meditation, he scolded himself harshly. Each time he forgot a verse, he whispered inwardly, "You are foolish. You are weak. You will never be worthy." The more he practiced, the more cruel his inner voice became. He believed that scolding himself was discipline. That harshness would sharpen his resolve. Yet instead, he grew weary, brittle, like a tree drying from within. His meditation brought no peace, only a tighter knot in his chest. One evening, the abbot noticed Sura's tired eyes and called him to sit by the lotus pond. Fireflies flickered over the water, and the moon's reflection trembled among the ripples. "Tell me, child," the abbot asked, "what words do you speak to yourself in silence?" Sura hesitated, then admitted the truth that his inner voice was sharp, unforgiving, filled with shame. The abbot listened, then reached into the pond and lifted a lotus leaf cupping water like a bowl. He tilted it, letting the water fall back into the pond. "If you wish for the lotus to bloom, will you strike it with a stick? If you wish for the seed to sprout, will you crush it with your fist? No, you must tend it with care, with patience, with gentleness. Why then, child, do you strike your own heart with cruel words? Do you not see? Your heart too is a lotus. It will only bloom in kindness." That night, for the first time, Sura sat in meditation, and instead of scolding himself, he placed a hand over his heart and whispered, "May I be safe. May I be well. May I be peaceful. May I be free." At first, the words felt strange, like a foreign language. But with each repetition, a warmth grew within him, soft as candlelight, gentle as the moon upon the pond. In that warmth, the knot of his chest loosened, his breath deepened. For the first time in many weeks, he felt at home within himself. This is the heart of metta, beginning with ourselves. For how can we truly extend compassion to others if we deny it to the one person we live with, always our own being? To practice metta is to learn the language of kindness, to speak softly to our own wounds, to cradle our hearts as we would cradle a child. Take a breath now, slow and tender. Place a hand, if you wish, upon your chest. Whisper inwardly, as though speaking to your own heart, "May I be safe. May I be well. May I be peaceful. May I be free." Feel the rhythm of these words. Echo with the rhythm of your breath. Each phrase, a gentle lullaby. There is no need to force belief. Simply plant the seeds. Some nights, the soil of the heart feels too dry, and the words of metta feel hollow. That is all right. Seeds rest quietly before they sprout. Keep whispering, gently, kindly, and trust that one day the heart will bloom. There is another parable told of a traveler who carried a bowl filled with oil across a rough road. He walked slowly, carefully, mindful not to spill a drop. So too, when we carry loving kindness, we must walk carefully with ourselves, not spilling our own compassion in haste, not letting harsh winds scatter it. We guard it tenderly, allowing it to nourish us with each step. In modern life, we often believe harshness is strength. We say, push harder, demand more, punish yourself for mistakes. But Metta whispers a different wisdom. Strength is gentle. Discipline is tender. Healing is born of compassion, not cruelty. Take another breath, steady and soft. With each inhale, imagine drawing in warmth. With each exhale, imagine sending that warmth into your own body. Let it seep into your chest, into your shoulders, into your hands. Let it soften the lines of your face, the tension of your jaw. Whisper again, may I be safe. May I be well. May I be peaceful. May I be free. As the practice deepens, we do not stop with ourselves. From the warmth in our own hearts, we allow the circle to widen. First to a friend, perhaps someone you love dearly. Picture them smiling. Picture their laughter. And whisper, may you be safe. May you be well. May you be peaceful. May you be free. Then allow the circle to widen again to someone neutral, someone you do not know. Well, the cashier at the market, the stranger on the train, the neighbor you see in passing. Whisper for them too. May you be safe. May you be well. May you be peaceful. May you be free. Eventually, the circle reaches even those who trouble us, who stir anger or pain. This is not easy, and it does not mean excusing harm. It means freeing ourselves from hatred, offering the wish that even they may awaken, even they may know peace. For the heart that sends out loving kindness is the first to be healed by it. But tonight, there is no need to go so far. Tonight, it is enough to hold yourself tenderly, to whisper the words into your own heart, to let the warmth spread through your body as sleep approaches. The Buddha once said, hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal law, and love begins here, within you, spoken softly to yourself. So close your eyes a little heavier now. Feel the body sinking deeper into rest. Let the words of Metta drift through you like a lullaby, repeating gently with each breath. May I be safe. May I be well. May I be peaceful. May I be free. The words flow like a stream, carrying you gently into sleep, soothing every wound, softening every fear. When the heart has learned, even a little, to whisper kindness toward itself, something remarkable begins to happen. The warmth we generate within does not stay confined to our chest. Like the gentle flame of a candle, it spreads naturally, lighting other flames without ever diminishing its own. This is the next step of Metta, letting the circle widen beyond the self, to embrace those we love, those we barely know, and eventually, all beings everywhere. Imagine now that your heart is a small lamp, glowing softly in the dark. With each breath, the light grows steadier, filling the room with a tender radiance. First, it illuminates you, wrapping your own being in gentle warmth. But as the lamp continues to glow, the light spills outward, touching those closest to you, the friends, family, and companions who share your days. There is a story told of a village long ago. In this village, people lived in houses made of wood and clay, each with a small lamp burning through the night. One evening, a storm swept through, fierce winds extinguishing every flame. Darkness filled the village, and fear spread like wildfire. Yet one woman, whose lamp had somehow survived, stepped outside. She lifted her light, and her neighbors came forward with empty lamps. One by one, she lit them until the entire village shone again. So it is with loving kindness. The flame we nurture within ourselves is not for us alone. It is meant to be shared, to relight the lamps of others, to transform the darkness of fear into a village glowing with connection. Take a slow breath now. Bring to mind someone you love deeply, someone whose smile warms you, whose presence feels like home. It may be a friend, a child, a parent, or even a pet. Picture their face clearly. Hear the sound of their laughter. Remember a moment of tenderness you have shared. Let your heart soften and silently whisper, "May you be safe. May you be well. May you be peaceful. May you be free." Repeat it with each breath, letting the warmth spread outward, as if your heart were gently cradling theirs. Notice how the words feel, not forced, not artificial, but natural, like offering a drink of cool water to someone thirsty. When we extend metta to those we love, it flows easily, like water down a gentle slope. Yet the practice invites us not to stop there. From our closest companions, we widen the circle to include those we know less intimately. Perhaps the cashier who handed you change today, the neighbor who nodded hello, the colleague whose face you see but whose story you do not know. These lives, too, are filled with joys and struggles, dreams and fears. Their hearts, like yours, long for safety, peace, and freedom. There is a parable of a monk traveling on foot who came upon a small village. The villagers did not know him, and they eyed him with suspicion, whispering among themselves. But the monk simply sat beneath a tree, closing his eyes and radiating silent wishes. May these villagers be safe. May they be well. May they be peaceful. May they be free. When he opened his eyes again, he found a bowl of food placed quietly before him. An offering born not of fear, but of the warmth that his presence had silently inspired. So too, your silent goodwill matters, even unseen, even unspoken aloud. The heart's energy shapes the world. Take another breath now. Picture someone neutral in your life, someone who drifts at the edges of your awareness. It might be the driver on the bus, the woman watering her plants on the balcony across the street, the man jogging past your window. See their face, their ordinary humanity, and whisper, "May you be safe. May you be well. May you be peaceful. May you be free. The circle of metta widens naturally, like ripples in a pond after a stone is dropped. It does not demand that you leap instantly to embrace the whole universe. It asks only that you allow your heart to grow step by step, ripple by ripple, flame by flame. And as you rest here tonight, perhaps you notice a warmth in your chest, a softness in your breath. This is the taste of loving kindness, gentle, simple, and deeply healing. The poet once said, "If you light a lamp for someone else, it will also brighten your path." When you send goodwill outward, it reflects back inward, softening the hard edges of your own heart. The circle you create is not a line drawn in the sand. It is a living bond, reminding you that your life is interwoven with every other. Now imagine yourself lying beneath a vast night sky. Stars glimmer above, countless and distant, yet each one shining its own small light. Think of each star as a being friends, strangers, loved ones, those you will never meet. One by one, whisper for them too. May you be safe. May you be well. May you be peaceful. May you be free. There is no rush. The stars are endless, and so is your capacity for kindness. Even as you drift towards sleep, your heart can continue to shine, radiating metta like starlight across the universe. Let your breath carry these wishes. Inhale, gathering light. Exhale, sending it outward. Inhale, cradling yourself. Exhale, embracing others. The rhythm of breathing becomes the rhythm of loving kindness, expanding and softening with each cycle. If thoughts of the day intrude, if old worries resurface, you need not chase them away. Instead, wrap them too in metta. Whisper even to your worries, may you be peaceful. May you be free. In this way, nothing is excluded. Nothing is rejected. All belongs within the circle of love. As your body grows heavier, as your eyes close more deeply, let metta be the lullaby that guides you. You are safe. Your loved ones are safe. The strangers beyond your door are safe. The world, though troubled, holds within it the seed of peace, and that seed is love. Sometimes the practice of loving kindness feels like sitting by a calm pond, watching the ripples spread gently outward. It is easy, at first, to send metta to those we love, to those whose presence feels like sunlight on our skin. It is easy to wish them peace, safety, and happiness. It is not too difficult, either, to extend those wishes to strangers, the faces we pass each day without story, without history. But then comes the challenge. What of those who have hurt us? What of those who have spoken harsh words, betrayed our trust, or stirred our deepest wounds? Can we wish loving kindness for them as well? The Buddha's answer was gentle yet firm, yes. For the circle of metta is not meant to exclude, and hatred cannot dissolve hatred. Only love, steady and compassionate, has the power to transform the heart. Let me share with you a story. In a small monastery long ago, there was a monk named Vimal. He was known for his kindness. for his smile that warmed even the coldest mornings. Yet in the nearby village lived a man who despised him. Each time Vimal passed, the man mocked him, hurled insults, sometimes even stones. The villagers asked, "Why do you not defend yourself? Why do you not retaliate?" But Vimal only shook his head. One evening, as Vimal walked home beneath the glow of lanterns, the man appeared again, shouting angry words, his face twisted with bitterness. Vimal stopped, bowed gently, and said, "Thank you, friend, for your gift, but I do not accept it. Please, keep it for yourself." The man was startled. His insults had always been received with silence, but never with such unexpected kindness. He spat upon the ground and stormed away. Yet that night, he could not sleep. The monk's words echoed in his mind. "I do not accept it. Please, keep it for yourself." Slowly, he realized that his hatred was hurting only him. Weeks later, the man approached Vimal with tears in his eyes. "I have carried fire in my heart, hoping to burn you. But I see now I have only burned myself. Teach me how to put it down." And from that day, the two men became unlikely companions. Their bond forged not through shared comfort, but through the healing of compassion. This is the power of metta extended to those who hurt us. It does not excuse harm, nor does it denude pain. Instead, it releases us from the prison of resentment. For when we hold hatred, it is we who suffer. Our hearts tighten, our sleep is disturbed, our peace is shattered. But when we offer even a small wish of kindness, "May you be free from suffering," the chains loosen, the fire cools. We are no longer bound by the actions of another. Take a gentle breath now. Think, if you can, of someone who has caused you pain. Perhaps their face rises easily. Perhaps it hesitates in the shadows. Notice the feelings that arise: anger, sorrow, fear. Do not force them away. Let them be, like storm clouds gathering in the distance. And then, softly, as though whispering into the wind, say, "May you be safe. May you be well. May you be peaceful. May you be free." At first, the words may feel impossible, like trying to light a fire in the rain. That is natural. Do not demand sincerity all at once. Think of it instead as planting seeds in hard soil. With time, warmth, and water, even the toughest ground may bloom. The Buddha once told his disciples, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at another. You are the one who gets burned." Metta is the act of releasing the coal, of letting go of the burning weight. It does not mean you forget the wound, nor that you allow harm to continue. It means you free yourself from the poison of hatred by offering compassion, even in the smallest measure. There is another story, quieter but no less powerful. A woman carried grief for many years over a betrayal she had suffered. Each night she replayed the moment. Each morning, she awoke with bitterness in her chest. One day, while meditating, she imagined her betrayer as a small child. Lost and frightened, she whispered, "May you be free from the pain that made you hurt me." To her surprise, Her heart softened. The wound did not vanish, but it no longer ruled her. She discovered that compassion is not about condoning harm, but about releasing her own suffering. Perhaps tonight, as you lie here, someone's shadow still lingers in your heart. If so, breathe gently with me now. Inhale, acknowledging the pain. Exhale, releasing the burden. Whisper, even if faintly, may you be free from the suffering that caused this harm. May I, too, be free. Let the words float like leaves upon a river. You do not need to force forgiveness. You need only set the intention of compassion and let the current carry it onward. Metta, when practiced fully, is like the rain. It does not choose where to fall. It nourishes the flower and the thorn alike, the tree that shelters and the weed that stings. In its impartial giving, it transforms the landscape. Your heart, too, can become like the rain falling gently, nourishing all, even those who once caused pain. As you sink deeper into rest, imagine your heart as a vast sky. Within it, the faces of those you love, those you barely know, and even those who hurt you, all drift like clouds. Some are bright, some are dark, some heavy with storms. But you do not cling to any of them. You allow them to pass, and you send them all the same. Whisper, may you be safe. May you be well. May you be peaceful. May you be free. Feel how the repetition softens you, how it loosens the grip of anger, how it opens the door to sleep. Your body grows heavier, your breath deeper, your heart lighter. You are no longer carrying the weight of resentment. You are lying here, free, wrapped in the gentle embrace of loving kindness. There are moments when we forget who we are. We measure ourselves by our mistakes, by our regrets, by the words of others. We believe we are small, unworthy, broken beyond repair. Yet beneath all of these stories lies something pure, something untouchable, something that no suffering can erase. The Buddha called it our Buddha nature, the jewel within, the seed of awakening already present in every being. There is an old parable that whispers of this truth. Long ago, there lived a poor wanderer, dressed in rags, who traveled from village to village, begging for food. He believed he had nothing, that his life was a burden upon the earth. For years, he wandered, feeling invisible, ashamed of his poverty. One evening, weary from the road, he sat beneath a tree beside a river. There he met a kindly merchant who offered him a place to rest and a simple meal. As they shared bread together, the merchant noticed the wanderer's torn robe. He reached into the folds of the fabric and discovered a small pouch sewn into the lining. Opening it, he revealed a brilliant jewel, sparkling with light, even in the fading dusk. "Do you not know," the merchant asked, astonished, "that you carry a treasure of immeasurable worth?" The wanderer shook his head, eyes wide with disbelief. For years he had carried the robe, but he had never thought to look within its seams. The jewel had been with him always, yet he had lived as though he were empty, as though he had nothing. So too, the Buddha tells us, we each carry a jewel within our heart, It is our true nature, radiant, wise, compassionate. But like the wanderer, we forget. We live as though we are only our fears, our failures, our fragile stories. We forget the jewel shining quietly beneath it all. Take a slow breath now. Place a gentle hand over your chest. And imagine that within you rests a luminous gem, glowing softly, steady as a star. No matter the storms that rage around you, no matter the mistakes you carry, the jewel is untouched. It has always been there, waiting for you to remember. There is another story told of a child born in a poor village, where the houses were made of mud and the days were filled with toil. This child loved to draw pictures in the dirt, images of mountains, rivers, and stars. The villagers laughed, saying, "What use is this dreaming? You must work. You must earn. You must survive." But the child kept drawing, kept dreaming, kept gazing at the sky. One evening, an old traveler passed through the village and saw the child's drawings. He smiled and said, "You have a jewel inside you. Do not forget it, even when others cannot see." Years later, the child grew into a teacher whose wisdom illuminated countless lives, all because he remembered the jewel that others ignored. Your jewel, too, may be hidden under dust, covered by old wounds, doubts, or the opinions of others. But dust does not destroy a diamond. It only conceals it. With practice, with kindness, with awareness, you can wipe away the dust and see your own radiance once again. Perhaps tonight, as you lie here, your mind whispers stories of inadequacy. I am not enough. I have failed. I cannot change. If so, breathe gently. With each inhale, imagine brushing away a layer of dust. With each exhale, let the jewel shine a little brighter. Whisper inwardly, "There is light within me. There has always been light within me." The Zen masters sometimes remind us, do not seek the Buddha outside yourself. The Buddha you seek is already here, within your own heart. You do not need to travel to distant temples or climb high mountains to find it. You need only to look inward, to sight quietly, to notice the jewel you already carry. Imagine now that you are walking through a dark forest at night. The path is uncertain, the shadows deep, but in your pocket rests a lantern, small and steady. When you remember to light it, the darkness does not vanish, but it no longer controls you. Each step is guided, each shadow softened by the glow. Your Buddha nature is this lantern. Life will not always be free of difficulty, but with this light, you can walk with peace, even through the darkest nights. Sometimes, we see only our wounds, our cracks, our scars. But even these, too, are part of the jewel's beauty. As we saw in the art of kintsugi, the cracks traced with gold do not lessen the vessel, they complete it. So too, your scars do not diminish you. They are lines of light across the gem, proof of your journey, marks of your resilience. Take another deep, slow breath. Imagine the jewel within you pulsing gently, with each inhale glowing brighter. with each exhale radiating warmth through your body. Feel it in your chest, then spreading to your arms, your legs, your face. You are wrapped in its light, safe and whole. And just as the jewel in the wanderer's robe could not be taken from him, your Buddha nature cannot be lost. No mistake can destroy it. No sorrow can erase it. No judgment can tarnish it. It is the deepest truth of who you are: radiant, unbroken, eternal. The poet Rumi once wrote, "Do not feel lonely. The entire universe is inside you." These words echo the Buddha's teaching. Within your jewel is not only light, but the reflection of the whole cosmos. The sun, the stars, the rivers, the trees, all are contained in this gem. For you are not separate from them. You carry the universe within, and the universe carries you. As you drift deeper into rest, let this truth comfort you. You are not your mistakes. You are not your fears. You are not the harsh words spoken against you. You are the jewel, shining quietly, patiently, waiting to be remembered. Close your eyes fully now. Feel the body heavy, safe, warm. Let the jewel's light cradle you like a soft lantern glowing at your bedside. Whisper softly, like a lullaby, "I am whole. I am radiant. I am free." Let the words sink into your breath, into your bones, into your dreams. Sometimes we imagine our lives as broken vessels, full of cracks where the storms of sorrow seep in. We carry wounds from the past moments of loss, words that cut deeply, regrets that echo even in the quiet of night. And yet, the Buddha's teaching on Buddha nature and the poet Rumi's reminder that the wound is the place where the light enters you invite us to see differently. What if our wounds are not the end of our story, but doorways? What if each scar is a window through which the jewel of our true nature shines more brightly? Picture the sky on a cloudy day. Heavy grey clouds drift across, casting shadows, dimming the sun. At times, it feels as though the sky itself is dark, as though the light has vanished. But the truth is simpler. Kinder, the sun has never gone. It shines just as brightly, hidden for a time behind the veil of clouds. Your Buddha nature is like this sun. Even when the mind is clouded with fear, doubt, or pain, the radiance remains untouched. The clouds pass. The sun endures. Take a slow breath now, and imagine yourself as the vast sky. Notice how thoughts drift like clouds, sometimes light and wispy, sometimes heavy with storm. Notice how feelings rise and fall like shifting weather. Yet beneath it all, you remain the sky itself, wide, spacious, unbroken. The clouds cannot stain the sky. Your wounds cannot erase your radiance. There is a story from Zen of a student who went to his teacher, saying, "My heart is heavy. I am filled with mistakes and failures. Surely, I am not worthy of awakening." The teacher took a mirror, smeared it with mud, and asked, "Can you still see your reflection?" The student nodded faintly. "Yes, though it is dim." The teacher handed him a cloth and said, "Wipe the mirror." As the mud cleared, The student's face shone bright. "So it is with you," the teacher said. "Your Buddha nature is like this mirror. It may be covered with the mud of ignorance, anger, or sorrow, but it is never destroyed. Cleanse it with practice, with kindness, with patience, and its brilliance will shine again." Perhaps you, too, have felt covered in mud at times, as though your true self has been buried under layers of grief or doubt. Yet know this: the mirror remains. The jewel endures. The sky continues. Even when hidden, you are not your wounds. You are the light shining through them. Take another deep breath. Inhale, as though gathering clouds into your lungs. Exhale, as though releasing them back into the sky. With each breath, the clouds grow thinner, the light grows stronger, until you feel yourself warmed by the sun within. There is another tale, simple yet profound. A traveler once stumbled into a dark cave, fearful and lost. He lit a small candle, and though the flame was faint, it revealed glittering walls, crystals sparkling in the shadows. Without the darkness, the light of the crystals could not be seen. Without the wound, the light of compassion cannot always enter. Our pain, though sharp, can also be the very place where understanding, tenderness, and awakening are born. Think for a moment of a time you suffered deeply. Perhaps you lost someone dear. Perhaps you failed in a way that pierced your pride. Perhaps loneliness pressed upon you like a heavy stone. And yet, within that suffering, perhaps you also discovered something new, a deeper compassion for others, a greater patience, a wisdom you carry even now. This is the paradox. The wound allows the light to enter, and in entering, it transforms us. Tonight, as you rest, do not turn away from your wounds. Place your hand upon your heart and whisper softly, "This too is a doorway. This too can shine." Imagine your scars traced not with shame, but with light, like cracks in pottery filled with gold. You are not broken. You are illuminated. The practice of remembering Buddha nature is not about denying pain. It is about remembering that pain is not the whole story. Beneath the storm, the sky remains vast. Beneath the mud, the mirror remains clear. Beneath the wound, the jewel continues to shine. Close your eyes more fully now. Picture yourself lying in a field at dusk. Above you, the sky is heavy with clouds. But slowly, as night deepens, the clouds drift apart. A single star appears, then another, until the sky is filled with shimmering light. Each star is a reminder of your own radiance, eternal and untouched. Even when unseen, it is always there. Take another slow breath. Inhale the light of the stars. Exhale the weight of the clouds. Inhale the strength of your jewel. Exhale the dust that conceals it. With every breath, you are remembering who you are, not the wounds, not the doubts, not the fleeting shadows, but the light, the jewel, the sky. And as you rest in this awareness, let compassion extend beyond yourself. For if your wounds can shine, so too can the wounds of others. Everyone you meet carries both scars and light. Everyone you see is both cloud and sky, both mud and mirror, both wound and jewel. When you remember this, your heart softens. You see not only pain, but also the light waiting to emerge. Rumi's words linger once more. The wound is the place where the light enters you. Tonight, let that be your lullaby. Let it whisper to your scars, to your fears, to your hidden tenderness. You are not ruined. You are not less. You are the doorway through which light shines brighter. Now let your body sink even deeper into rest. Let the breath flow like a soft breeze across an open sky. Let the jewel within glow quietly, steady as a lantern in the night. You are whole. You are radiant. You are free. Each of us carries within us a lantern of awareness. Yet most days, its flame flickers, distracted by winds of thought. Our minds wander into yesterday's regrets and tomorrow's worries, and the present moment slips through our fingers like sand. But the Buddha taught a practice that steadies the lantern and shelters its flame. He called it sati mindfulness, the art of dwelling fully in this very moment. There is a story, old as the forests themselves, of a young archer who dreamed of becoming the greatest in his land. Day after day, he practiced, loosing arrows at targets painted on wooden boards, his arms growing strong, his eyes sharp. From a distance, he seemed flawless. But when he entered competitions, his arrows strayed wide, missing their mark. Confused and ashamed, he sought the wisdom of a wandering master. The master took him to a quiet grove where the wind stirred leaves into a soft song. He handed the archer a bow and said, "Aim for that tree." The young man pulled the string tight, but his mind raced. What if I fail again? What if I miss? What will people say? His hands trembled, and the arrow fell short. Again, the master said. This time, the young man forced himself to focus, his thoughts filled with desire to prove himself, to strike perfectly. His breath grew uneven, his muscles stiff. Again, the arrow veered wide. The master smiled gently. Close your eyes. Feel the bow in your hands, the earth beneath your feet, the breath in your chest. Do not shoot to prove. Do not shoot to win. Simply breathe. When your mind rests, open your eyes and let the arrow fly. The young man did as instructed. He inhaled, steady and slow, feeling the air fill his lungs. He exhaled, softening into stillness. For the first time, he felt his body and bow as one, his breath guiding the string. He opened his eyes, raised the bow, and released. The arrow flew straight, striking the center of the tree with a quiet thud. The master bowed. This is mindfulness. When your mind scatters into past or future, your aim falters. But when you rest in this breath, this moment, your arrow finds its mark. So it is in our lives. When we are lost in what was or what might be, we stumble. When we return to this very breath, this very step, we walk steadily. Take a slow, deep breath. Now, inhale gently, noticing the coolness of air. entering the nostrils. Exhale, slowly, noticing the warmth as it leaves. Nothing more is required. This is mindfulness, not forcing the mind to be empty, not pushing thoughts away, but simply noticing what is here. Perhaps your mind drifts even now, wandering into plans for tomorrow or memories of today. Do not scold yourself. The wandering mind is not a failure. It is simply the nature of thought. Each time you notice the drift, you have already returned. Gently, tenderly, guide yourself back to the breath, back to the present. There is another story, gentle and ordinary. A monk once asked his teacher, "What is mindfulness?" The teacher replied, "When you walk, walk. When you eat, eat. When you wash your hands, wash your hands." The monk frowned, confused. "But everyone does this already." The teacher smiled. "No. Most people walk while thinking of eating. They eat while thinking of walking. Their hands wash while their minds wander. Mindfulness is to be fully here, in the act itself, not somewhere else in thought. How often have we eaten a meal without tasting it, walked a path without seeing it, spoken words without hearing them? Mindfulness is the art of tasting, seeing, hearing, of living in such a way that even the smallest moment becomes luminous. As you lie here, notice the simple act of resting. Feel the softness beneath your body, the weight of the blanket, the quiet hum of the night. You do not need to be elsewhere. You do not need to plan or remember. This moment, this breath, this stillness is enough. Sometimes, mindfulness is compared to holding a child's hand. The child may want to run here and there, curious and restless. But with your gentle hand, you guide them safely along the path. Your mind, too, may wander into the past or future, but mindfulness is the tender hand that brings it back to now. Take another breath, slow and steady. Inhale and silently whisper. Here, exhale and whisper. Now, inhale. Here, exhale. Now. With these words, anchor yourself in the present, resting in the only place life truly exists. The Buddha once said, "Mindfulness is the path to the deathless. Negligence is the path to death. The mindful never die. The negligent are as if dead already." These words are not meant to frighten, but to awaken us. When we are lost in thought, we are not truly living. When we return to this breath, we come alive again. Mindfulness also brings peace to the heart. Anxiety is often born from dwelling in the future, depression from dwelling in the past. But the present moment, when entered fully, is almost always bearable. Here, in the rhythm of the breath, in the safety of this bed, you are held. Imagine yourself walking slowly through a garden at dawn. Each step is deliberate, each breath synchronized with the lifting and placing of your feet. Dew sparkles on the grass. A bird sings softly. The air is fresh and cool. There is no rush, no destination. The walking itself is enough. This is mindfulness in motion, a gentle awareness that transforms even ordinary steps into a sacred journey. Tonight, let your breath be your garden path. Each inhale a step forward. Each exhale a step deeper into rest. Do not hurry. Do not cling. Simply walk with your breath until sleep meets you naturally. And remember the archer. Your life, too, is like a bow. When your mind scatters, your aim falters. When your mind rests in this breath, this moment, your arrow flies true. The target is not far away. It is here, now, in the gentle rhythm of your breath, in the steady beat of your heart, in the quiet unfolding of this night. Close your eyes more fully. Feel the body soften, the breath steady, the mind quiet. You are practicing mindfulness simply by being here, by listening, by breathing. Nothing else is required. This moment is enough. Mindfulness is not confined to the meditation cushion or the silence of temples. It is a lamp that can illuminate every corner of life, if only we remember to carry it with us. The Buddha never asked his followers to escape from daily life. He asked them to live daily life more deeply, to walk as though each step mattered, to eat as though each bite were sacred, to breathe as though each breath were a gift. Think for a moment of something as ordinary as washing a dish. Often, our minds rush ahead while our hands are busy. The plate is in the water, but our thoughts are in tomorrow's tasks or yesterday's regrets. We scrub without seeing, rinse without noticing, dry without presence. Yet, if we return to the moment, everything changes. The warmth of the water touches our skin. The smoothness of the dish shines in our palm. The fragrance of the soap drifts gently upward. We are no longer merely cleaning, we are practicing mindfulness, polishing not only the dish, but also our own awareness. Thich Nhat Hanh, the gentle Zen teacher, once said, "While washing the dishes, wash the dishes." His words sound simple, but they carry profound meaning. To wash the dishes just to get them clean is to miss the miracle of the present. But to wash the dishes that is to awaken, to be alive, in the act itself. Take a slow breath now. Imagine you are standing by a sink, the water warm, the plate shining. Notice the sensations, the textures, the sounds. Each movement is a dance. Each bubble, a tiny universe. You are not lost in thought. You are here. And in being here, you discover peace. The same is true of walking. Most of the time, our steps are hurried, carrying us towards some destination. Our feet touch the ground, but our minds are elsewhere. Mindfulness invites us to return, to let each step be the destination itself. To walk without rushing is to kiss the earth with our feet, to feel the ground supporting us with every movement. Imagine yourself walking slowly along a garden path. With each step, you breathe in, lifting your foot. With each breath out, you place it gently upon the earth. Inhale, lift. Exhale, place. The rhythm becomes a lullaby. The path itself, a meditation. You are not walking to arrive. You are walking to walk, alive in each step. There is a story of a monk who traveled long distances on foot. When asked how he endured such journeys, he smiled and said, "I do not travel hundreds of miles. I only take one step, and then another, and then another. This is mindfulness, not being consumed by the vast journey, but simply being present with the step that is here. Take another deep breath. Feel your body lying still. Yet, imagine your breath as footsteps. Inhale one step. Exhale another. Slowly, gently, you are walking into rest. Each breath, a step closer to peace. Mindfulness can transform even the act of drinking tea. To drink tea absent-mindedly is to miss it completely. But to drink tea mindfully is to taste the entire universe in one sip. The leaves carry the mountain soil, the rain, the sun. The water carries the river, the clouds, the sea. In that cup, the whole world is present, and by drinking, you join it. Picture yourself holding a warm cup of tea. Feel the heat in your hands, the rising fragrance, the soft curve of the cup. You take a slow sip, and the warmth spreads through your chest. For that moment, nothing else exists, only the tea, the breath, the presence. This is mindfulness, to live each moment as though it were complete, to drink each sip as though it were enough. In truth, mindfulness is not about adding anything to your life. It is about subtracting the distractions that cover what is already here. It is about noticing what you often overlook: the sound of rain tapping gently on the window, the softness of fabric against your skin, the rhythm of your breath carrying you quietly through the night. These simple things, when seen deeply, become miracles. The Buddha once said, "A single moment of mindfulness is worth more than 1,000 moments without awareness." Why? Because in that single mindful moment, you are truly alive. You are not lost in past or future. You are here, awake, present, whole. Perhaps tonight, your mind still wanders to worries, replaying conversations or imagining tomorrow's burdens. That is all right. Each time you notice, gently bring yourself back, as though guiding a child by the hand. Whisper inwardly, "Here, now." Let the words anchor you in the present, steady as a lighthouse in the dark. Take another breath, soft and deep. Inhale. Here. Exhale. Now. Feel how the body softens as you return, again and again, to this moment. The mind may wander 100 times, but each time you return is a victory. Each time, a step into peace. Mindfulness also invites gratitude. When we truly notice the moment, we begin to see how much is already given. The breath is a gift. The bed is a gift. The night, the stillness, the safety, all are gifts. To notice is to be grateful, and to be grateful is to be at peace. Imagine yourself now lying in a quiet meadow. The grass is cool beneath you. The stars glimmer above. You hear the soft hum of night insects, the rustle of leaves. Each sound, each sensation, is part of the great symphony of this moment. You do not need to change anything. You need only to listen, to notice, to rest. This is mindfulness in its purest form, not striving, not controlling, simply being. So, as you drift deeper into rest, let mindfulness be your cradle. Notice the rise and fall of the breath, the heaviness of the body, the softness of the night. Let each detail soothe you, carry you, lull you into sleep. For when you are mindful, even sleep becomes a practice of peace, a continuation of awareness, a gentle return to the jewel within. Letting go is not always easy. The mind clings, the heart resists, the hands hold tight, even when the weight grows too heavy. We tell ourselves, I cannot release this, it is mine. It defines me. Without it, I am nothing. And yet the Buddha, in his gentle wisdom, taught that freedom comes not from holding, but from loosening, from opening the hand, from setting down what no longer serves. There is a parable that has drifted through the centuries. The Buddha told of a man who needed to cross a great river. The waters were deep and swift, and there was no bridge, no boat. So he gathered branches and reeds, binding them into a raft with his own hands. With effort, he paddled across, and at last reached the far shore, weary but safe. Now imagine if this man, grateful for the raft, hoisted it onto his shoulders and carried it with him as he walked inland. With every step, the weight grew heavier, slowing his pace, bending his back. This raft saved me. He might say, I must never abandon it. Yet, in clinging to what once served him, he now suffers anew. The Buddha smiled as he told this story and asked, what should the man do? The answer is simple. He should thank the raft for carrying him and then lay it down. So it is with us. We build rafts, beliefs, possessions, identities, even practices that help us cross certain rivers in life. They protect us, guide us, carry us through storms. But once we have crossed, to continue carrying them is to burden ourselves unnecessarily. The wisdom of letting go is not ingratitude. It is recognition that everything has its time, and that freedom lies in release. Take a slow, steady breath. Inhale, as though gathering the weight of what you carry. Exhale, as though placing it gently upon the ground. Feel the body grow lighter with each out-breath, as though stones are being lifted from your shoulders. You are safe here. Nothing needs to be held forever. There is another story, quieter yet equally true. A monk once carried a woman across a muddy stream. Hours later, his companion scolded him. Why did you carry her? We are monks, sworn to avoid such closeness. The first monk replied, I set her down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her? How often do we do the same carrying people? Words, memories long after the moment has passed. We replay conversations, clutch regrets, nurse grievances as though they were treasures, though they only weigh us down. Letting go does not erase the past. It simply releases us from the need to keep holding it. Think now of something you have been carrying. Perhaps an old wound, a regret, a fear. Notice how it feels in your body where the weight sits, how it pulls, and then breathe. Inhale, acknowledging it. Exhale, loosening your grip. Whisper softly, I thank you for what you have taught me. And now, I set you down. Even the teachings themselves, The Buddha reminded us, are rafts. They are meant to carry us across, not to be clung to forever. Imagine someone who builds a raft, reaches the far shore, and then insists on carrying it into the forest, declaring it sacred. The wisdom is not in carrying the raft, but in knowing when to let it go. In daily life, letting go can be as simple as releasing a thought before sleep. So often, we lie awake, rehearsing tomorrow, replaying yesterday. But the night invites us to set it down. Imagine your thoughts as leaves placed in a stream. One by one, place them gently upon the water, and watch as they drift away. You do not need to chase them. You do not need to hold them. The stream will carry them where they need to go. The poet once wrote, "To hold on is to believe that only the past exists. To let go is to know that the present is alive." Tonight, as you rest, the present is here, this breath, this body, this quiet. The past has already flowed away. The future has not yet arrived. All that remains is this gentle moment, waiting to cradle you into sleep. Take another deep breath. Inhale the cool night air. Exhale the burdens of the day. With each breath, you are laying down one more raft, one more stone, one more weight. You are lighter now, freer now, safer now. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a river. In your arms, you carry bundles, memories, worries, expectations. One by one, you place them into the water. Some sink, some float, some drift swiftly away. You watch them go, not with anger, not with regret, but with gratitude. They served you once. They carried you here. And now, they belong to the river. You turn away, your arms empty, your heart light. This is letting go, not abandonment, but freedom. It is the art of setting down the unnecessary, of walking unburdened, of trusting that what is needed will remain. So, as you lie here tonight, feel the body soften into the bed. Let the muscles unclench, the breath slow. Whisper inwardly, I let go. I let go. I let go. Each repetition loosens another knot. Each exhale releases another weight. You are safe to rest. You are safe to release. You are safe to sleep. Letting go does not always mean giving something away with your hands. More often, it means releasing the grip of your mind, the tightening of your heart, the insistence that life must bend itself to your will. In truth, the deepest burden we carry is not objects or memories, but the illusion of control. We cling to plans, to outcomes, to the belief that if we hold tightly enough, we can stop change from touching us. And yet, no amount of holding can stop the tide from rising or the leaves from falling. The Buddha taught that clinging is the root of suffering. To release clinging is not weakness, it is the discovery of freedom. It is like opening a clenched fist and realizing the hand was never meant to stay closed forever. There is a story told of a bird flying high across the sky. A child, watching below, tried to follow its flight with a stick, drawing its path into the dirt. But no matter how quickly she moved, the lines never captured the bird. Her grandfather, seeing her frustration, knelt beside her and whispered, "Child, the bird leaves no trace. That is its freedom, and so it must be with us. Live like the bird, not the drawing." We, too, try to draw lines across the sky of our lives, believing we can hold on to moments, map out futures, control what unfolds. But the bird teaches us freedom comes when we release the need to leave a mark, when we let each moment be lived and then let it pass. Take a slow, deep breath now. Inhale and feel the urge to grasp. Exhale and imagine your hands opening, the bird flying free. Each breath is a chance to practice release. In everyday life, letting go might look simple. It may mean putting aside the phone for a while, trusting the world can turn without your watchful eye. It may mean forgiving yourself for words spoken in haste, no longer rehearsing them in your mind as though they define you. It may mean softening your grip on a relationship, allowing it to grow or fade according to its own nature, not your demand. There is a tale from Zen of a master who asked his student to hold a cup of water with arms outstretched. At first, it was easy, but as minutes passed, the student's arms trembled. The cup shook. The water spilled. "Why is it so hard?" he cried. The master replied, "It is not the weight of the cup, but the length of time you hold it. Set it down." So it is with our worries, our grudges, our expectations. The longer we hold them, the heavier they become. The act of setting them down is not defeat. It is wisdom. It is relief. Perhaps tonight, as you lie here, your mind still tries to grasp something, an outcome you desire, a mistake you fear, a future you want to guarantee. Notice the clinging, notice the weight, and then breathe. Inhale, acknowledging it. Exhale, releasing it. Whisper softly within, "I release control. I allow life to flow." The poet Lao Tzu once said, "When I let go of what I am, I become what I might be." When we loosen our grip, space opens for life to surprise us. When we stop insisting that the bird follow our lines, we can marvel at the wild beauty of its flight. Imagine yourself now standing by a river. In your hands, you hold many small boats, each one carrying a worry, a plan, a fear. One by one, you place the boats upon the water. Some drift quickly away. Some spin gently in circles. Some linger before moving on. You do not chase them. You simply watch, allowing the river to carry them. Your hands are empty now. Your heart is lighter. The river knows where to take them. This is letting go, not forcing, not abandoning, but trusting. Trusting that the river flows. The bird flies. The sky clears. The earth turns. Trusting that you, too, are part of this vast flow, carried gently by the current of life. Take another long, slow breath. Inhale, feeling the air enter your body without effort. Exhale, releasing it back into the world. You cannot hold the breath. You cannot keep it. Its nature is to flow. So too with life. So too with every moment. The Buddha once compared life to a handful of sand. The tighter you squeeze, the more it slips away. But when you open your palm, the sand rests gently, securely. Letting go is not losing, it is holding with openness, with ease. Tonight, let this openness guide you into rest. You do not need to control your thoughts, your dreams, your sleep. Let them come. Let them go. Like clouds drifting across the sky. Your only task is to rest, to breathe, to release. Whisper softly, like a lullaby to yourself, I let go. I let go. I let go. With each repetition, the grip of control loosens, the body softens, the heart grows lighter. You are safe. You are carried. You are free. When we hear the word emptiness, the mind may at first imagine a void, a barren silence, a hollow absence where nothing exists. But in the Buddha's teaching, emptiness, shunyata, is not bleakness. It is freedom. It is the insight that no thing, no person, no moment exists on its own. Everything is woven from conditions. Everything is open, fluid, alive. Emptiness does not mean nothingness. It means boundless possibility. There is a story of a potter shaping clay upon his wheel. A child stood nearby, watching with wide eyes as the clay rose and spun, transforming from a lump into a vessel. When the pot was finished, smooth and shining, the child clapped her hands. How beautiful, she said. The clay is so strong, the shape so perfect. The potter smiled gently. Yes, the clay gives it form. But do you see what makes it a cup? It is not only the clay, it is the emptiness within. Without the hollow, there is no place for water, no place for tea, no place for nourishment. The cup is not only its walls, it is the space they create. So too with our lives. We often praise what is solid: our bodies, our possessions, our identities, but forget the gift of emptiness, the space that allows everything to exist. Without silence, there is no music. Without pause, there is no breath. Without emptiness, nothing can be held. Nothing can be received. Take a slow, deep breath now. Inhale, filling your body like a vessel. Exhale, releasing into the space around you. Notice how the breath moves because of emptiness, how air flows in only because there is space to receive it. You are not separate from this truth. You, too, are formed of space, open and fluid, not fixed or solid as you may believe. There is another image often used, the wave and the ocean. Imagine standing at the shore, watching the waves rise and fall. Each wave seems distinct, this one tall and foaming, that one gentle and small. We might say, this is a wave, and believe it exists on its own. But in truth, it is never separate from the ocean. The wave is only water taking a temporary form, rising and falling, then dissolving back into the sea. So it is with us. We appear as separate beings, with names, stories, and forms. Yet we are not apart from the vast ocean of life. We are water taking shape for a time, rising with birth, falling with death, returning to the sea that has always held us. To see this is to release the fear of separation. To know emptiness is to know we are not alone, we are the ocean itself. Take another breath. Inhale it. Imagine the wave rising. Exhale. Imagine the wave returning to the sea. Feel yourself as both the form and the water, both the rising and the dissolving. There is no need to cling to one shape, no need to fear its passing. You are more than the wave. You are the ocean. Sometimes, our suffering comes from believing we are separate, isolated, cut off from the whole. We say, I am alone. I am different. I am incomplete. But emptiness reveals the opposite. We are made of everything, connected to everything, inseparable from everything. The flower contains the sun, the rain, the soil. You contain the breath of the trees, the nourishment of the earth, the kindness of countless beings. Nothing in you stands alone. There is a Zen koan that says, "Show me your original face before your parents were born." At first, this seems impossible. How could we have a face before birth? But the koan points to emptiness. Before you were born, you were clouds drifting in the sky, rivers flowing through the earth, seeds waiting in the soil. Your original face is not limited to this body. It is the whole universe. And when this body dissolves, you will not vanish. You will return. As rain returns to rivers, as waves return to sea. Imagine now that your body is transparent, made of light and space. The boundaries between you and the room soften. The air moves through you. The earth supports you. The stars shimmer within you. You are not a closed vessel, but an open sky. Thoughts drift like birds across this sky. Feelings like clouds. The breath like wind. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is separate. All is moving. All is connected. This is emptiness, not absence, but vast belonging. The poet once wrote, "Emptiness is the womb of compassion." When we see that nothing exists on its own, we understand that our lives are bound together. Your suffering is not yours alone. Your joy ripples outward. To live in emptiness is to live in compassion, knowing that every act, every word, touches the whole. Take another slow breath. Inhale. Feel the whole universe enter you. Exhale. Feel yourself flowing back into the universe. Rest in this rhythm, as wave and ocean, as cup and space, as self and world. You are not separate. You are not alone. You are the ocean breathing, the sky opening, the emptiness that gives life to everything. As you drift towards sleep, let this truth soothe you. You do not need to hold yourself tightly. You do not need to prove you exist. You are already part of the infinite, inseparable from the whole, like the wave returning to sea, like the breath dissolving into air. You are safe. You are home. Emptiness is not only a truth about cups of clay or waves upon the sea. It also lives quietly within our emotions, the currents of anger, grief, and fear that rise and fall inside us. These feelings often appear heavy and immovable, as though they define us. We say, I am angry. I am broken. I am afraid. But the Buddha reminds us feelings, like all things, are empty of a permanent self. They are not solid. They are not who we are. They are conditions arising and dissolving, clouds passing across the sky of our awareness. Imagine for a moment a storm rolling across a summer field. Thunder rumbles. Rein pour. Winds howl. If we stand in the middle of it, the storm feels endless. But step back, and we see it moving, changing, passing. Soon the sky clears. The earth glistens. Flowers lift their faces to the sun. Our emotions are like this. When we are caught inside, they seem eternal. But when we remember emptiness, we see that they are transient, dependent on causes, already shifting into something new. Take a slow, deep breath. Inhale gently, noticing whatever emotion lingers in you tonight. Exhale, softening your grip on it. Say silently, "This is a cloud. It will pass." Let us look more closely. Anger, for example, often feels like a solid wall of fire. But if we pause and look deeply, we see that it is made of conditions. Anger may arise from unmet needs, from words spoken long ago, from exhaustion, from hunger, from fear hiding beneath. It is not a single, solid thing. It is a gathering of parts, like twigs and sparks that together create a flame. And as with fire, if the fuel is removed, anger cools and dissolves. There is a story of a monk who once shouted at his teacher, overcome with rage. The teacher did not react with punishment. Instead, he asked, "Show me this anger. Place it in my hand." The monk faltered. "I cannot." The teacher nodded. "Then, see, anger is not a thing. It cannot be grasped. It is only conditions coming together. Let them go." And the anger goes too. The monk breathed, and slowly the fire within him dimmed. So too with grief. When loss touches us, grief feels like a mountain pressing down upon the chest. We may believe it will never leave. And yet, grief too is empty. It is woven from love, from memory, from the natural impermanence of life. It is not a single boulder, unchanging and eternal. It shifts. Some days it is heavy. Other days it softens into tenderness. Sometimes it surprises us with tears. Sometimes with laughter as we remember. Grief is not a prison, it is a river. And rivers always move. Even fear, sharp as it feels, is empty. Fear is not a solid wall. It is threads of past experience, imagination of the future, the body's instinct to protect itself. If we look deeply, we see fear is woven of breath and heartbeat, of thoughts and stories. Like mist in the morning, it dissolves when the sun of awareness rises. Take another breath. Inhale and silently say, "This anger, this grief, this fear, they are not solid." Exhale and whisper, "They are clouds. They will pass." Feel the heaviness in your chest loosen. as though knots are untied. You are not the storm. You are the sky that holds the storm, vast and unbroken. There is a story of a woman who came to the Buddha, trembling with fear of the dark. She believed the night was filled with spirits waiting to harm her. The Buddha gave her a small candle and said, "Light this in your room each evening. When the flame burns low, sit with it. Watch how it flickers, how it shifts, how it fades. See how it is not one thing, but many parts wick, wax, air, spark. Then you will understand your fear is the same." The woman did as instructed. Night after night, she sat with the candle, and slowly, she realized her fear, too, was made of many parts, none of them solid. As her candle burned lower, so did her fear, until at last she could sleep in the dark with peace. Perhaps tonight, some emotion still lingers within you. Do not fight it. Do not cling to it. Simply see it clearly. Ask yourself, what is this feeling made of? What conditions give it shape? Notice how, even as you breathe, it shifts. What seemed like a mountain becomes a cloud. What seemed eternal begins to move. The teaching of emptiness does not ask you to deny your feelings. It asks you to see through them, to see their impermanence, their interdependence, their lack of a solid core. When you see this, you no longer drown in the storm. You float above it, resting as the sky. Take another slow breath. Imagine your emotions as waves upon the sea. One rises anger, grief, fear. Another fades calm, joy, tenderness. You do not need to control the waves. You do not need to hold or push them. You are the sea itself, vast enough to contain them all, unchanged by their coming and going. The Buddha once said, like a line drawn in water, so vanishes anger when wisdom arises. Emptiness is that wisdom. It reveals that nothing is as solid as it seems, not your fears, not your sorrows, not even your identity. All is fluid, all is changing, all is open. Now, as you rest, let emptiness be your comfort. Let your anger loosen, your grief soften, your fear dissolve. Whisper gently, "This is not permanent. This is not solid. This is passing." Feel how the words calm you, how they lull you closer to sleep. Imagine yourself lying beneath a vast sky. Dark clouds drift above, but you do not cling to them. You watch as they shift, thinning, breaking apart, revealing stars behind. Your heart, too, is a sky. Your emotions are clouds. The stars of your true nature shine steadily, even when hidden. You are not the storm. You are the sky. You are not the cloud. You are the light behind it. As your body grows heavier, as your breath slows, let the clouds drift on. Let emptiness soothe you into rest. You do not need to hold anything tonight. You need only to be open, spacious, free. The truths we have explored: impermanence, non-self, interbeing, emptiness are like threads woven through the fabric of life. Tonight, another thread glimmers before us: karma. In the language of the Buddha, karma does not mean punishment, nor does it mean fate carved in stone. It means action, intention, cause and effect. Each choice we make plants a seed. Each word, each thought, each gesture sets something in motion, like ripples spreading outward across a still pond. And in time, those ripples return to us. There is a parable of two brothers who lived together in a small village surrounded by fields of rice. One season, dark clouds gathered for weeks, and storms swept across the valley. The winds tore at the thatched roofs. The rains flooded the fields. The stalks bent and broke beneath the weight of water. Both brothers lost much of their harvest. The first brother cursed the sky. "The gods have betrayed us. Misfortune follows me like a shadow. I am doomed to suffer." His heart hardened with bitterness. Each day he walked among the ruined fields with shoulders hunched, muttering to himself, his bitterness infecting even his family, his neighbors, his friends. The second brother also grieved the loss, but after his tears fell into the soaked earth, he said quietly, "The storm has spoken. I cannot change its voice, but I can choose my reply." He gathered what remained of his crop, salvaging what he could. He planted vegetables in the high ground, and when the waters receded, he worked tirelessly to restore the soil. His neighbors, inspired by his resilience, joined him, and together they rebuilt. Within months, green shoots covered the valley again, and the second brother's home was filled with laughter and community. Both brothers faced the same storm. Both suffered the same loss. Yet the seeds they planted in their hearts were different. One sowed bitterness and reaped despair. The other sowed patience and reaped renewal. This is karma, not destiny written in the sky, but the simple truth that our actions and intentions shape the field of our lives. Take a slow breath now. Inhale, remembering that each breath is also a seed. Exhale, feeling how each seed can grow into peace. Notice how even here, in stillness, your intention matters. If you breathe with anxiety, the body tenses. If you breathe with gentleness, the body softens. Even the smallest intention ripples outward. There is another story from the Buddha's time. A man once asked him, "Why do some people live with joy while others live with sorrow?" The Buddha replied, "A farmer who plants rice cannot harvest wheat. A farmer who sows thorns cannot reap flowers. What you plant, you will harvest. Plant seeds of love, and love will bloom. Plant seeds of anger, and anger will bind you." This truth is not punishment. It is simply the law of cause and effect. When you smile at someone, often they smile back. When you speak harshly, the room tightens. When you rest with kindness, your own heart softens. What you give to life, life returns to you. Take another breath. Inhale, planting the seed of peace. Exhale, letting that peace ripple outward. Imagine each breath as a seed drifting into the soil of your body, your mind, your heart. What garden do you wish to grow tonight? You can choose. In daily life, karma is always present. Each morning, when you rise, You can plant seeds of gratitude or seeds of resentment. When you meet others, you can plant seeds of patience or seeds of haste. When you speak, you can plant seeds of truth or seeds of harm. None of these choices vanish. They remain, waiting to bloom when the conditions are right. Imagine your heart as a field. Some seeds were planted long ago, memories, habits, stories passed down from family or culture. Some of these seeds are wholesome, some less so. You may not have chosen all of them, but tonight you can choose which ones to water. If you water seeds of anger, they will grow tall. If you water seeds of compassion, they too will flourish. Karma is not about what you cannot change. It is about what you choose to nurture now. There is a Zen story of a master who told his students, "In each of you live two wolves. One wolf is fear, anger, greed, hatred. The other is love, kindness, compassion, wisdom. They fight within you every day." A student asked, "Which wolf will win?" The master replied, "The one you feed." Take another breath. Inhale, asking yourself, which seed will I water tonight? Which wolf will I feed? Exhale, letting the answer be simple. I choose peace. I choose compassion. I choose rest. Even now, lying in bed, your choices matter. To soften your breath is to plant peace. To whisper words of loving kindness is to water compassion. To release control is to sow freedom. These seeds will bloom not only in your own heart, but in the lives of those you touch. Perhaps you worry about past seeds, past actions. The Buddha also spoke of this. He said, "Just as salt makes water briny, so too can karma make life heavy. But if the water is vast enough, the salt dissolves." When you fill your life with mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom, past mistakes lose their power. They dissolve in the great ocean of your practice. So tonight, do not fear your past. Do not cling to guilt or regret. Simply plant good seeds now. Water them with your breath, your kindness, your rest. The past has flowed away. The future has not yet arrived. What you hold is this moment, this garden, this choice. Take one more long, gentle breath. Inhale, as though sowing seeds of calm. Exhale, as though watering them with compassion. Feel the field of your heart grow softer, greener, more alive. You are a gardener tonight, and your harvest will be peace. Karma is not always dramatic. It does not always unfold as grand rewards or punishments, as thunderbolts from the sky or miracles falling into our laps. More often, karma is subtle, quiet, like seeds scattered along a path. A smile, a word of kindness, a moment of patience. These seem small, but they ripple outward in ways we may never see. And the garden they create is often more beautiful than anything we could have planned. The Buddha often spoke of karma not as distant fate, but as something intimate, woven into every breath and gesture. Tonight, as you rest, we can imagine our lives as a field, and each action as a seed placed into the soil. The harvest we gather tomorrow, next year, or in some far future, will be shaped by what we plant now. There is a story of a farmer who carried 2 bags of seeds. One bag contained grains of rice, the other contained thorn seeds. Each day, distracted and careless, he scattered from both bags. Season passed, and when the shoots rose, rice and thorns grew together. Harvesting became painful, the thorns cutting his hands. "Why must this happen to me?" he cried. An elder replied, "Because you sowed without mindfulness. If you wish a pure field, choose your seeds with care." So it is with us. When we act with anger, impatience, or harsh words, we scatter thorn seeds. They may sprout later as conflict or sorrow. When we act with love, patience, and kindness, we scatter rice seeds. They may sprout later as joy, trust, and connection. Each moment is a choice of what to sow. Take a slow, deep breath now. Inhale gently, imagining yourself gathering seeds of kindness. Exhale softly, imagining yourself planting them into the soil of this night. Even your breath, when filled with compassion, is a seed. Each exhalation waters the garden of your heart. Think of the last time someone smiled at you unexpectedly. Perhaps it was a stranger in passing, a friend, or even a child. That small act may have softened your day, lifted your spirits, or made you feel less alone. And yet, for the one who smiled, it was simple, perhaps even forgotten. This is the ripple of karma. Small seeds, unnoticed by the sower, bloom brightly in the fields of others. There is a tale told in the villages of India. A traveler, weary from his journey, sat by the roadside, thirsty and alone. A woman carrying water saw him and, without hesitation, poured him a drink. She continued on, never thinking of the act again. But years later, that traveler became a healer who returned to her village and saved her son's life. The kindness she gave so lightly returned to her in a circle she could never have foreseen. This is karma, alive in the world, not as punishment, not as destiny, but as the simple law of seeds. What we plant returns to us, sometimes in unexpected seasons, sometimes in ways we may never witness. Take another gentle breath. Inhale, gathering gratitude for the kindnesses you have received in your life. Exhale, sending kindness outward, as if scattering seeds into the soil of the world. You do not need to know when they will grow. You only need to plant them. In daily practice, karma is in the smallest things. When we speak with gentleness, we plant peace. When we listen with patience, we plant understanding. When we forgive, we plant freedom. And when we rest, yes, even rest, we plant the seed of renewal in our own body and mind. Imagine now that you are walking through a field at sunrise. The earth is soft, the air fresh, the horizon glowing with light. In your hand is a small pouch of seeds. With each step, you scatter one. Some fall onto fertile soil, some onto rocks, some into the wind. You do not cling. You do not count. You simply walk, scattering kindness as you go. Years later, perhaps long after you are gone, the field bursts into bloom, flowers, trees, fruit. This is the gift of karma. You may never see the full harvest, but the planting itself is enough. The Buddha once said, "Do not underestimate the value of small acts. A drop of water, repeated, can fill a jar. A seed of kindness, repeated, can fill a life." Tonight, even as you lie here, you can plant such seeds. By breathing gently, you plant peace in your body. By wishing goodwill, you plant compassion in your heart. By resting, you plant renewal for tomorrow. Sometimes we fear the past, wondering if the seeds we have sown were too many thorns, too much sorrow. But the Buddha also taught, a single candle can light 1,000 others. One seed of love can outweigh a field of thorns, for love transforms, heals, and multiplies. No matter what you planted before, tonight you can begin anew. Take another slow breath. Inhale. Whisper inwardly, "I plant peace." Exhale. Whisper, "May peace grow." Inhale, "I plant kindness." Exhale, "May kindness grow." With each breath, you are cultivating the garden of your life. And as you rest, remember that every small kindness ripples outward. A soft word may soothe someone's anger. A patient pause may prevent harm. A gentle smile may remind someone they are not alone. You may never know the full extent of these ripples, but trust they travel. They touch. They return. Now, let your body sink more deeply into rest. Feel the bed holding you, the breath cradling you, the night wrapping you like a soft cloak. Imagine seeds of kindness settling into the soil of your heart, watered by your breath, warmed by your awareness. You are already planting peace. You are already shaping tomorrow's garden. You are safe. You are whole. You are free. There is a certain weariness that lives in the human heart. We carry it silently, sometimes for years, like a stone in a satchel slung across our backs. It is the weight of craving, the burden of always reaching, always wanting, always fearing loss. We tell ourselves, if I can just achieve this, if I can just hold on to that, if I can just escape this pain, then I will be free. And yet, the more we grasp, the heavier the stone becomes. The Buddha's final gift to us is the truth of nirvana, not a distant heaven, not a prize for the pure, but a freedom available in each moment. Nirvana means extinguishing, like a flame that burns out when the fuel is gone. It is the extinguishing of craving, the quieting of the restless fire of desire and aversion. When we no longer cling, no longer push away, the mind becomes like a still lake at dawn, reflecting the sky with perfect clarity. There is a story told of a traveler who wandered through the desert, exhausted and thirsty. On his back, he carried a great stone, believing it was precious, believing it was the source of his survival. But the weight dragged him down, each step heavier than the last. One day, he collapsed beneath a tree, unable to move. An old sage came upon him and asked, "Why do you carry that stone?" The traveler replied, "Because it is mine. Because without it, I am nothing. The sage lifted the stone gently from his back and set it on the ground. Look, he said, you are still here. You are lighter now. This is freedom. The traveler wept with relief. The desert had not changed. The sun still burned, but his burden was gone. He could walk again, free and unencumbered. This is nirvana, not the escape from life, but the release of the weight we never needed to carry. Take a slow, deep breath. Inhale, feeling the weight of your burdens. Exhale, imagining them sliding from your back, resting gently on the earth. Notice how the body softens, how the chest loosens, how the breath flows more freely. You are lighter now. In the Buddha's teaching, nirvana is not found by clinging to pleasure, nor by rejecting pain. It is found by walking the middle path, by letting go of grasping altogether. When the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion go out, what remains is a vast, cool peace. There is another image, a candle burning in the night. Its flame flickers, consuming the wax, always hungry for more. But when the wax is gone, the flame does not move elsewhere. It simply ceases. This is not annihilation. It is rest. It is release. Nirvana is the quieting of the restless flame, the return to coolness after the fever of craving. Sometimes we imagine nirvana as far away, unreachable, reserved only for saints. But the Buddha said, nirvana is here and now. Each time you release a craving, you taste a drop of freedom. Each time you let go of resentment, you feel a touch of peace. Each time you rest in the present, without needing more, you glimpse a nirvana. Take another breath. Inhale gently and whisper inwardly, enough. Exhale, whisper peace. Inhale, enough. Exhale, peace. Notice how the body responds, how the heart quiets, how the mind softens. You are practicing nirvana now. In the simple rhythm of breath and release, there is a parable of a prisoner who sat in his cell for many years, believing he was trapped. One day, a bird flew through the window and perched on the bars. The prisoner reached out to touch it, and the bars rattled. To his shock, he discovered the door had never been locked. It had always been open. Carefully, he pushed, and the door swung wide. With tears in his eyes, he stepped into freedom. So it is with us. The door to nirvana is already open. It is our grasping, our clinging, our illusions that keep us sitting in the cell. When we release them, we find the way has been free all along. Imagine now that you are holding a stone in each hand. One is labeled desire, the craving for things to be other than they are. The other is labeled aversion, the pushing away of what you fear or dislike. Feel the weight in your palms, the strain in your arms. Then, slowly, with each exhale, set them down. Exhale, release desire. Exhale, release aversion. Your hands are empty now. Your heart is light. This is nirvana. The Buddha once described nirvana as the coolness of a fire gone out, the sweetness of a debt repaid, the relief of a burden set down. It is the most ordinary thing, and yet the most profound. It is not somewhere else. It is right here, in the soft release of breath, in the quiet surrender of this moment. As you lie here, let yourself taste this freedom. You do not need to hold the day any longer. You do not need to replay old stories or grasp at future plans. You can set them down. The stone is heavy, but your hand is free. Whisper softly, I release. I rest. I am free. The night holds you gently. The breath carries you easily. You are lighter now, and with each moment, lighter still. The flame of craving dims, the fires of striving cool, and what remains is stillness. This stillness is not empty. It is full of peace. It is nirvana. Philosophy, scriptures, and teachings can guide us like lanterns along a path. But the Zen masters remind us that words are only fingers pointing to the moon. The finger is not the moon, and the map is not the territory. True awakening is not something we can think our way into. It must be tasted directly, like water upon the tongue, like the warmth of sunlight on the skin. There is a story told of a student who sought wisdom with great intensity. He read every scroll, memorized every chant, debated endlessly with his peers. His mind was sharp as a blade, and he prided himself on his knowledge. Yet still, his heart was restless, and peace eluded him. One day, he approached his master with a question. "What is enlightenment?" he asked, bowing deeply, his eyes full of hunger for answers. The master said nothing. He simply lifted his staff and tapped the student sharply on the forehead. Startled, the student's thoughts scattered like birds fleeing a tree. For a brief moment, there was no philosophy, no scriptures, no concepts, only the sting on his skin, the sound of the staff, the cool air of the room. In that instant of pure presence, the student glimpsed what his years of study had not given him direct experience, unfiltered by thought. Later, he wept with gratitude. "I see now," he said, "that enlightenment is not a concept to be understood, but a reality to be lived." This story may seem strange, even harsh, but its essence is gentle. It reminds us that the deepest truths cannot be carried in words alone. They must be felt in the marrow of our being. To know the taste of honey, it is not enough to read descriptions. You must let it touch your tongue. To know the meaning of peace, it is not enough to recite teachings. You must sit, breathe, and experience it directly. Take a slow, deep breath. Inhale, feeling the cool air touch the nostrils. Exhale, feeling the warmth leave your lips. Notice this not as a concept, not as something to analyze, but as direct experience. The breath is here. The body is here. You are here. There is another story of a monk who approached his teacher and asked, "What is Zen?" The teacher said nothing. Instead, he poured a cup of tea until it overflowed, spilling across the table. "Master," the monk exclaimed, "the cup is full." The teacher looked into his eyes and replied, "So too is your mind overflowing with concepts, ideas, judgments. How can I pour anything new until you empty it. The monk bowed in silence, realizing that, to learn, he must first let go of what he thought he knew. To awaken, the cup must be empty. Perhaps tonight, as you lie here, your mind too feels full, overflowing with thoughts, with lists, with stories that will not rest. Instead of fighting them, imagine your mind as a cup. With each exhale, pour out a little, letting space open within. With each inhale, let emptiness fill you. Like cool, refreshing air, little by little, the cup becomes empty, ready to receive peace. Zen stories often surprise us, even startlos, because they bypass the intellect and touch the heart directly. They are like the master's staff, meant not to hurt, but to awaken. Take another breath, and let us enter one more tale. A young monk once asked his teacher, "What is the essence of Buddhism?" The teacher replied, "Have you eaten your rice?" The monk nodded. "Then wash your bowl." At first, the monk was confused. Was this not too simple an answer? But as he walked away, the meaning dawned. The essence of practice is not in lofty ideas, but in ordinary acts done with full awareness. Eating rice, washing the bowl, these are as sacred as chanting scriptures. When lived mindfully, each moment is enlightenment itself. So too, your life is not separate from awakening. It is in the way you breathe, the way you rest, the way you release into sleep. To be here fully, in this moment, is already to touch peace. Zen masters often remind us, do not mistake the pointing finger for the moon. Do not cling to words or ideas, even these teachings. Instead, close your eyes and feel the moonlight itself, the coolness on your skin, the glow in the night sky, the hush of silence surrounding you. This is experience. This is awakening. Take another deep breath. Inhale, emptying the cup of thoughts. Exhale, tasting the simplicity of being. You do not need to chase enlightenment. You do not need to analyze or strive. You need only to experience this breath, this stillness, this night. Perhaps now you feel your body heavy, your mind quieter, your heart softer. This is already the teaching alive within you. No need to think, no need to seek. Just be. The Zen path invites us to simplicity, to drink tea and only drink tea, to breathe and only breathe, to lie down and only lie down. Tonight, you are invited to rest and only rest. That is enough. That is the way. There are times when we cling, not only to possessions, not only to identities, but even to illusions we do not recognize as illusions. We clutch at shadows, believing them to be real. And when they slip away, we feel loss as sharp as a blade. Yet the Zen masters remind us, freedom is found not in holding, but in releasing, even when what we release is the very dream we thought sustained us. There is a story from Zen of a young nun named Chiono. She longed for awakening, and though she practiced diligently chanting, meditating, studying peace seemed always just beyond her reach. Her mind remained restless, her heart unsatisfied. One evening, weary from practice. She carried an old pail to the well to fetch water. The pail was fragile, its bamboo slats bound with tired rope. As she walked, the full moon rose in the sky, bright and luminous. She looked into the pail and gasped, for there was the moon's reflection shimmering. Whole, perfect. She held it carefully, afraid to spill even a drop. At last, she thought, I have captured the moon. At last, I hold what I have sought. But as she walked back to her hut, the rope binding the pail broke. The bamboo fell apart. The water spilled into the dirt, and the reflection vanished. Chiono collapsed to the ground, her hands empty, tears rising. Yet in that very moment, a realization dawned. The moon had never been in the pail. It had always been in the sky, untouched, unreachable, free. She laughed, her heart bursting with relief. No water. No moon, she whispered. Nothing to hold, nothing to lose. The truth was always here. In that instant, her striving ended, and her awakening bloomed. This is the wisdom of no water, no moon. How often do we live like Chiono? Believing we hold the moon in a pail, we cling to relationships, possessions, achievements, even ideas of enlightenment, thinking they contain our happiness. But the pail will always break. The water will always spill. The reflection will always vanish. The true moon, our true nature, was never contained. It shines freely above, needing no grasping, no holding. Take a slow breath now. Inhale, imagining you are holding a pail of water, heavy in your hands. Exhale, imagining the water spilling, the pail falling apart, your hands empty. Notice the relief in that emptiness. The moon still shines. The sky is still whole. Nothing was lost. Sometimes, letting go feels like death. We believe that if we release the reflection, we will be left with nothing. But Zen whispers a softer truth when the reflection is gone. The real moon is revealed. When illusions dissolve, what is true shines brighter than ever. There is another story of a monk who dreamed of enlightenment as a golden treasure hidden in the mountains. He searched for years, climbing, digging, exhausting himself. At last, he collapsed in despair. No treasure found, but lying on the ground, too tired to search, he felt the breeze upon his cheek, heard the stream flowing nearby, saw the stars overhead. Tears filled his eyes as he realized the treasure was never hidden. It had always been this: the cool air, the flowing water, the quiet night. His grasping had obscured it. His release revealed it. So it is with us. When we release the need to capture, to contain, to hold forever, we discover that peace was never gone. It was waiting, like the moon above the broken pail. Take another breath. Inhale gently, noticing the desire to hold, to cling. Exhale softly, releasing it, whispering inwardly, no water, no moon. Again, inhale, no water. Exhale, no moon. Let these words be a mantra, a lullaby, soothing the restless grasping of the mind. Perhaps there is something you have been trying to hold, a dream, an expectation, a person, a past moment. You carry it like Chiono carried her pail, believing it contains your peace. But the rope frays, the water spills, the reflection vanishes. It is painful. Yes, yet what remains is truer than the reflection, the vast sky, the radiant moon, the freedom of emptiness. Imagine yourself now beneath the open night sky. The moon glows above, serene and steady. In your hands, you hold nothing, and in that nothing, you feel light, free, whole. You realize the moon was never yours to capture. It was always yours to behold. The Zen way is not about collecting truths, but about releasing illusions. It is not about holding the moon in a pail, but about lifting your eyes to the sky. Awakening is not the possession of peace, but the realization that peace is already here, ungraspable, infinite. As you rest tonight, let go of the pails you carry. Let go of the reflections you chase. You do not need to capture this moment. You do not need to preserve it. Let it pass. Let it spill. Let it dissolve. The moon will still shine. Your true self will still remain. Take one more deep, slow breath. Inhale, your hands open. Exhale, your heart light. Whisper softly, no water. No. Moon. Feel how the words calm you, how they soothe the clinging mind, how they invite you deeper into rest. You are not empty-handed. You are free-handed. And with these free hands, you can finally touch the sky. Many of us walk through life believing we are poor, not in possessions, but in spirit. We measure ourselves against others, tell ourselves stories of lack. I am not enough. I am not wise enough. I am not worthy enough. These whispers cling to us like shadows, convincing us that we must search tirelessly for something outside ourselves to complete us. Yet the Buddha's teaching reminds us what we seek is already within. Like a priceless jewel hidden in old clothing, our true nature waits patiently to be rediscovered. There is a Zen parable of a poor traveler who wandered for years, begging for food, shivering in winter, scorched in summer. His robe was tattered, patched so many times that the original cloth was barely visible. One day, he encountered a friend he had not seen in decades. The friend embraced him and said, "Why do you live in such misery long ago? Before we parted, I sewed a diamond into the lining of your robe. It was meant to provide you with all you needed, but it seems you never knew it was there." The traveler, astonished, searched his robe and found the diamond, glittering with light. Tears filled his eyes as he realized he had lived in poverty while carrying a treasure all along. So it is with us. We wander, hungry for love, restless for peace, searching for meaning, while all the while, the jewel of Buddha nature rests quietly within us. We think we are broken, unworthy, incomplete, yet beneath the layers of fear and doubt, the diamond shines untouched. Take a slow, gentle breath. Place a hand over your chest and imagine that there, within, rests a radiant jewel, With each inhale, feel its light brighten. With each exhale, feel that light spread through your body into your arms, your legs, your heart. You are not empty. You are not lacking. You are already luminous. There is another story, told in whispers. A young boy once dreamed of becoming wealthy so that he could help his family. He worked tirelessly, saving coins in a jar, hoarding scraps of silver, believing that only when the jar was full would he have enough. Years later, an elder revealed that beneath the floor of his family's house lay a chest filled with treasure left by his ancestors. All the while he had labored, thinking himself poor, he had been rich beyond measure. This is how we live when we forget our Buddha nature. We chase achievements, collect possessions, seek approval, imagining they will make us whole. Yet the true treasure is already here, beneath the floorboards of our being. To awaken is not to gain something new, but to remember what was always ours. Perhaps tonight, as you rest, you can notice how often your mind says, I must become more. I must do more. I must fix myself. Whisper gently back, I am already enough. The jewel is here. I am whole. Let the words sink into you like rain into thirsty soil. In Zen, teachers sometimes remind students that awakening is not an attainment, but a recognition. It is like polishing a dusty mirror. The reflection was always there, it was only hidden. Or, like uncovering a diamond in old robes, the jewel was always yours. It was only forgotten. Take another breath. Inhale, and imagine dust being lifted. Exhale. Imagine the jewel shining more clearly. Inhale. Uncover. Exhale. Reveal. Feel the brightness within you growing steady. Calm. Unshakable. Even your wounds, your mistakes, cannot diminish this jewel. They are like clouds passing across a brilliant sky. The sky is not harmed by clouds. The diamond is not scratched by dust. You are not defined by your pain. You are not reduced by your failures. The jewel of your nature remains, radiant and whole. Imagine now that you are walking through a quiet forest. The path is dim, shadows stretching long, and you feel lost. Then, in the soil at your feet, you see a glimmer. You kneel, brushing away dirt and leaves, and there lies a diamond, glowing softly. You lift it, and its light illuminates the path ahead. This is your true nature, always waiting, always shining, guiding you forward when you remember to look. The poet once said, you wander from room to room, hunting for the diamond necklace already around your neck. Tonight, let this truth comfort you. You need not wander endlessly. The treasure is already here. Closer than breath, brighter than thought. Take one last slow breath. Inhale. Whisper inwardly, the jewel is within me. Exhale. Whisper, it shines untouched. Inhale, I am whole. Exhale, I am free. Let these words settle into you like a lullaby, soothing the mind, calming the body, opening the heart. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself wrapped in light, the jewel within, glowing steadily. a quiet reminder of your true nature. You are not poor. You are not broken. You are radiant, a whole, and already free. The journey we have taken together has wandered through many valleys and mountains of the Dharma. We have listened to the weaver and her loom, to the potter and her cracked vessels, to the monk who saw the chariot was only parts, to the farmer planting seeds, to the nun who lost the moon in her pail. Each story has been a doorway, opening into another room of wisdom. And now, as the night deepens, it is time to weave these rooms into one home, one fabric in which you can rest. All of the Buddha's teachings, though they appear many, are threads of a single cloth. They are not separate truths, but facets of one jewel. And that jewel shines with a simple light. Peace is found not in clinging, not in resisting, but in seeing clearly and resting deeply in what is. The first truth we touched was dukkha, the unease, the friction, the restlessness of the human heart. We saw it in the story of the weaver who feared her loom, in the farmer who cursed the storm. Dukkha is part of life. To be human is to feel the rub of sorrow and longing. But dukkha is not punishment. It is a teacher. It points us to the places where we cling, where we resist, where we forget who we are. Then came the teaching of impermanence. We saw it in the potter's vessels, in the petals falling from the garden, in the tears of Kisa Gotami, who discovered that every home has known death. Impermanence is the truth that all things arise and pass, that no moment can be held. And yet, it is because of impermanence that joy is sweet, that grief softens, that wounds heal. Without change, there would be no possibility of renewal, no doorway to peace. From impermanence, we moved into non-self. The chariot, the clouds, the reflections in broken mirrors each revealed that what we call I is not a fixed, solid stone, but a river of conditions flowing together. To see this is to release the burden of identity. We are not our failures, nor even our successes. We are the vast sky that holds all clouds, the river that flows without end. From there, the path led us into Interbeing. We looked into a grain of rice and saw the sun, the rain, the farmer's labor. We sipped tea and tasted mountains, rivers, and clouds. We breathed, and in that breath felt the trees breathing with us. Nothing exists alone. To live is to be woven into the whole fabric of existence. And in that web, we are never separate, never alone. Then we came to letting go. The raft that carried us across the river, the woman carried through the stream, the cup of water too heavy to hold. Each story taught us that freedom lies in release. We cannot carry every raft, every grudge, every expectation. To cling is to suffer, to release is to rest. And from letting go, we stepped into emptiness. The clay cup was a vessel not because of its walls, but because of its hollow. The wave was not apart from the ocean. Our feelings, our fears, our very selves are not solid. They are empty, not of meaning, but of separateness, empty of self, full of connection. In this emptiness lies freedom and compassion. For to see emptiness is to see that everything belongs to everything. From emptiness, we turn to karma, the truth of cause and effect. The two brothers facing the storm. One planting bitterness, the other planting renewal. The farmer scattering both rice and thorn seeds. The wolves of fear and love within us each reminded us that every thought, word, and deed plants something, and what we choose to water shapes the garden of our lives. At last, we arrived at nirvana, not a distant heaven, not a prize to be won, but the extinguishing of the restless flame of craving. It is the setting down of the stone we carried, the cooling of the fire, the opening of the unlocked door. Nirvana is here, now, in the simple act of release, in the gentle taste of enough. Do you see how these truths weave together? Dukkha shows us the friction. Impermanence reminds us nothing stays. Non-self teaches us we are not fixed. Interbeing reveals we are part of all. Letting go invites us to release. Emptiness unveils the space of possibility. Karma shows the seeds we plant. And nirvana is the peace that blossoms when the fires go out. All together, they form a single song, a lullaby for the restless heart. The words are many, but the melody is one. You are safe. You are whole. You can rest. Take a long, slow breath. Inhale, and feel all of these truths enter you like threads of light. Exhale, and feel them weave together into a soft cloak, wrapping your body. You are held in the Dharma, in the fabric of wisdom, in the embrace of compassion. Imagine yourself now lying beneath a Bodhi tree. The night is calm. The stars shimmer above. The earth is cool beneath you. Around you gather the weaver, the potter, the archer, the monk with his chariot, the nun with her broken pail, the brothers in the storm. Each one smiles. Each one bows. Each one fades gently into light. Their stories have been your stories. Their lessons have been your lessons. And now, you carry them within you, not as burdens, but as lanterns. The night is deep. The teachings have been spoken. You do not need to hold them tightly. Let them sink softly into your heart, like rain soaking into the soil. You do not need to remember every word. Trust that what you need will remain, and what you do not need will pass. Take one more breath. Inhale, I am whole. Exhale, I am free. Inhale, I am light. Exhale, I am peace. Let these words cradle you as sleep approaches, as dreams open their gentle door. Every journey must one day return home. And now, after wandering through so many stories, after hearing the whispers of the weaver, the potter, the monk, the nun, the farmer, and the traveler, we have come to this quiet resting place. Tonight is not about reaching another destination, but about laying the path itself down. It is about breathing gently and resting in the fullness of what has always been here. We began with unease dukkha, that gentle friction in the heart, reminding us that life is rarely how we wish it to be. Yet even in that friction, we saw possibility, the doorway to wisdom. From there, we touched impermanence, watching petals fall, cracks form, lives change. At first, it seemed sorrowful, but then we realized impermanence is also the gift of renewal, the promise that no storm lasts forever. No sorrow binds forever. No night is without dawn. We stepped into the mystery of non-self, discovering that what we call I is not solid, but a river of changing conditions. We saw we are not the clouds, but the sky, not the wave alone, but the ocean entire. This softened the burden of identity and opened the heart to compassion. We drank deeply from Interbeing, looking into a grain of rice, a sip of tea, a breath of air, and seeing the sun, the rain, the earth, the hands of countless beings. Nothing exists alone. And because of this, loneliness dissolves into belonging. We practiced letting go, setting down the rafts we had carried too long, releasing the burdens of memory, expectation, and control. We discovered that freedom is not about adding more, but about opening our hands. We explored emptiness, not as void, but as fullness, the hollow of the cup that allows water, the space of the sky that holds clouds. Emptiness is the truth that nothing stands alone, that all is open, interconnected, alive. We tended the seeds of karma, learning that every thought, word, and deed plants something in the soil of life. And we saw that even the smallest seed of kindness ripples outward, blooming in ways unseen, transforming both ourselves and others. At last, we touched nirvana, not a faraway heaven, but the cool peace that comes when craving ceases, when we set down the stone we never needed to carry. It is the quiet freedom of enough. And through Zen stories, we glimpsed awakening itself in the master's staff, striking the student into presence. In the nun who discovered no water, no moon. In the diamond, hidden in a robe all along. These tales reminded us that enlightenment is not elsewhere. It is here, in this very breath, this very moment, this very night. Now, as you lie here, let all these teachings dissolve into one gentle truth. You are safe. You are whole. You can rest. There is nothing more to reach for tonight. There is nothing more to hold. The moon is in the sky, not in the pale. The jewel is in your heart, not lost on the road. The path has been walked, and the door is already open. Take a slow, deep breath. Inhale, gathering the journey. Exhale, releasing it into peace. Feel the body soften, shoulders sinking, chest loosening, hands unclenching. Feel the mind quiet, like a lake at dawn, still enough to reflect the first light. Feel the heart open, like a flower folding into the night. Safe in the dark, ready for rest. Imagine yourself now walking slowly into a vast temple. The air is cool, scented with sandalwood. Candles flicker softly, their flames steady, their light warm. At the center rests a great bell. You touch it gently, and its sound hums through the hall. Deep and resonant, the sound fades, but its echo remains, vibrating in your chest, in your bones, in your breath. This is the Dharma itself. Words may fade, Stories may end, but their echo remains within you, steady as your heartbeat, gentle as your breath. As you prepare to sleep, remember, you do not need to cling to these teachings. Let them sink like rain into soil. Trust that what is needed will bloom when the time is right. Tonight, there is only rest. Whisper softly to yourself, like a blessing. May I be safe. May I be well. May I be peaceful. May I be free. And extend it outward, like ripples on a pond. May all beings be safe. May all beings be well. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be free. Now let the words fall silent. Let the night carry you. Let the breath rock you gently, like waves upon a quiet sea. You are held. You are home. You are free.